Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bom dia, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. I would kindly ask you to take your seats. We'll be starting very shortly. Also, please keep your phones on silence. Make good use of the headphones that are on your seats and choose your preferred channels for translation. Bom dia a todos. Antes de começarmos, por favor, mantenham os telemóveis em modo silencioso. Tomem também, por favor, os vossos lugares. Vamos começar em breve. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Nous n'allons pas tarder à commencer. Merci également de choisir une langue, car il y aura la traduction simultanée pendant tout notre événement. Et vous trouverez des casques pour la traduction sur vos sièges. Merci.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise to receive the President of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo.
Na memória de África e do mundo, pátria bela dos que ousaram lutar. Moçambique, o teu nome é liberdade, o sol de junho para sempre brilhará. Moçambique, nossa terra, nossa terra, pedra, pedra, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, o pátria amada, vamos vencer. Moçambique, nossa terra, nossa terra, pedra, pedra, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, o pátria amada, vamos vencer. Povo unido do novo Maputo, colhe os frutos do combate pela paz. Cresce o sonho ondulando na bandeira e vai lavrando na certeza do amanhã. Moçambique, nossa terra, nossa terra, pedra, pedra, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, o pátria amada, vamos vencer. Moçambique, nossa terra, nossa terra, pedra, pedra, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, o pátria amada, vamos vencer. Flores brotando do chão do teu suor, pelos montes, pelos rios, pelo mar. Nós juramos por ti, ó Moçambique, nenhum tirano nos irá escravizar. Moçambique, nossa terra, nossa terra, pedra, pedra, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, ó pátria amada, vamos vencer. Moçambique, nossa terra, nossa terra, pedra, pedra, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, ó pátria amada, vamos vencer.
Muito bom.
Good morning. Your Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, Honorable Manuel Lucas, Minister for Carla Fernando Loveira, Minister for Finance, as Honorable João Matlombe, Minister for Transportation and Logistics, Honorable Americo Mushanga, Minister for Communications and Digital Transformation, Honorable Basilio Muhati, Minister for Economy, Honorable Stephen Tomas Rafael Palais, Minister for Mineral Resources and Energy, Honorable Vicente Joinque, State Secretary at Maputo City, Dr. Akinyumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and the Board of Directors of Africa50,
General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Mr. Alain Ebobissier, Chief Executive Officer of Africa50, shareholders and members of the Board of Directors of Africa50, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests here in the room but also online, all protocol observed, be very welcome. O meu nome é Anne-Marie Dias Borges, sou jornalista, e é com enorme...
I am journalist. I'm pleased to welcome to all of you to Maputo for this shareholders annual meeting. Meu nome é Anne-Marie.
Africa50 is an infrastructure investor and asset manager. What we essentially do is invest in transformative infrastructure across the continent, and all this is to support the continent's growth. Today, we are here with our shareholders, we are here with our partners, and of course, the good people of Mozambique to reflect on our shared progress, and also look ahead and do more in terms of infrastructure to impact the continent.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, today you'll see this ambition right here come to life through significant signings that reaffirm our determination to deliver impact at scale. It's about turning vision into action with concrete steps to build Africa's future together, faster, smarter, and of course, stronger. And what better place really to meet other than here in the capital of a nation celebrating 50 years of independence, that's half a century of resilience, growth, and a bold vision for the future. E então, para nos dar as boas-vindas,
to welcome us to this beautiful city, we are honored to invite the mayor committed to growth, innovation, and commitment, which makes Maputo the true entry gate for opportunities. May you please join me to welcome Honorable Vicente Joanqui, the State Secretary of the Maputo City.
Your Excellency, Dr. Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's with high esteem and privilege on behalf of the services of the State Representative of Maputo City, I greet the distinguished participants to the ceremony, this opening General Shareholders Assembly of Africa50 that is being hosted in Maputo, under the topic provision of digital infrastructures, decade of actions, a future of acceleration. Greetings, especially Your Excellency Dr. Francisco Chapo, the President of the Republic of Mozambique, for prioritizing the actions on the development of infrastructures and fight against poverty, against social inequalities, regional inequalities, and launch and implementation of several projects. We witnessed recently with satisfaction the launch of the Phoenix project in the city, the terra infraestruturada para todo o país, the road number 1 and other projects within the portfolio, without leaving aside everything for the maintenance of peace for all Mozambican citizens as the primary condition to leverage the development of the country and the Maputo city. we address our warm welcome to all to Maputo City, all that came from around the world and from around the country. We are very happy that our city was chosen for hosting this general shareholders meeting of Africa 50 that we are witnessing here. We expect this your stay in this city is amazing for a fruitful work. Excellency, looking at the themes proposed for this meeting, we do believe that through the work we are carrying out, we will have guidances and guidelines from it that will support all shareholder countries to accelerate the development and investment in infrastructures. Therefore, the motto of this meeting is crucial. Provision of digital infrastructure constitutes a gain for the quality, taking into account that its impact will contribute for the social, economical, political and cultural development for the benefit of all. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the services of the city and on my personal name, I would like to conclude this intervention wishing once again our warm welcome to Maputo City. Please enjoy whatever is the best in our city. Historical places, gastronomy, and also cultural manifestation. Thank you very much. And thank you, our moderators, for their speeches. Maputo City, due to its economical convergence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Joachim, State Secretary of Maputo City. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since its operational launch, Africa 50 has been steered with clarity of purpose and bold vision under the guidance of its board chair, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. His unwavering commitment, strategic foresight, and belief in Africa-led solutions has transformed an idea into a continental force for infrastructure development. Through his leadership, Africa 50 has expanded its reach, attracted record African investments, and delivered transformative projects shaping the continent's future. Today, we invite you to see how a visionary leadership matched with collective determination has transformed ambition into concrete results for Africa. Now, let's take a moment to watch this story unfold through Africa 50's corporate video.
Africa is a continent of possibility, of opportunities. At the heart of this transformation is Africa 50, a first-class Pan-African infrastructure investor and asset manager with a global reach created by Africans for Africa. Today, Africa 50 brings together 37 shareholders, including 33 African countries, 2 African central banks, and leading institutions like the African Development Bank, South Africa's Public Investment Corporation. We forged strategic partnerships to unlock billions to invest in critical infrastructure. We have helped shape the narrative on African investment. We are a true pioneer, achieving several market firsts. We executed the first non-recourse green bond for Egypt's 400 megawatts Benban solar project. We executed Africa's first asset recycling transaction through the Senegambia Bridge. We are structuring Africa's first transmission lines PPP with the government of Kenya. Africa 50 is delivering tangible impact across Africa. We're spearheading African-led execution and developing global credibility. Behind every milestone are our people. A diverse, passionate team united by a shared mission to make a difference. Africa 50 is more than an investor. We are a catalyst, a partner, a pioneer, powered by people, building Africa's tomorrow today.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Mr. Alan Ebabise, CEO of Africa 50, for his intervention.
Your Excellency, Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, under the high patronage that we gather today. Dr. Kiwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Africa 50, my chairman. Honorable Minister Carla Louveira, Minister of Economy and Finance of Mozambique, and also honorable ministers present today, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the Board of Directors of Africa 50, distinguished shareholders of Africa 50, partners and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Bom dia. Welcome to the Africa 50 Annual General Shareholders Meeting 2025. This is indeed a great moment to honor a nation of progress, resilience, and decisive leadership. Mozambique embodies the very spirit of ambition and transformation that Africa 50 is proud to champion across the continent. On behalf of Africa 50 Chairman, Dr. Kiwumi Adesina, our Board of Directors, shareholders and staff, I would like to express our profound gratitude to you, His Excellency, President Daniel Chapo, and the great people of Mozambique for warmly hosting us and for your continued trust and partnership with Africa 50. Excellency President Chapo, your nation, a bridge between continents, and a key member of the Southern African Development Community, is perfectly positioned to exemplify the transformation that we envision. Mr. President, during the time that I had the honor of spending with you, I was impressed by your vision for infrastructure development of this great country. I've been inspired by your commitment to make Mozambique the main energy hub in Southern Africa, leveraging the country's vast hydroelectric resources and natural gas reserves. I can assure you and make a commitment that Africa 50 will provide our full support to help you implement this vision. Africa 50 commends the government of Mozambique for its leadership and forward thinking. laying the foundation of impactful partnership. We stand ready to work alongside the government in positioning the country both as a regional powerhouse, but also as a strategic gateway for global market. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Maputo to accelerate our collective mission, which is to finance, develop, and deliver the critical infrastructure that will drive Mozambique and indeed Africa's economic dynamism, engineer growth, and boost our global competitiveness. Our gathering today is not just a stop along the way in our continent's evolving infrastructure journey. It is a springboard for bold commitment, catalytic partnership, and concrete action that will shape the future we want for Africa. I stand before you today in a very different global environment than what we had last year when we have our shareholders meeting in Madagascar. In the past 12 months, we have witnessed growing geopolitical uncertainties and economic nationalism, a retreat of development finance. What does that mean for us as a continent? It means Africa requires an increased focus on mobilizing our own resources. We require focus on building our own institutions to drive the development of our continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa50 was built for moments like these. We are agile, we are responsive, we are focused on achieving results with speed and at scale. As a developer, investor, and asset manager, Africa50 is delivering impact infrastructure across sectors, whether it is powering homes and industries, connecting cities and borders, expanding digital access, improving health and education services. Our goal is simple: provide access where it is most needed. Over the past year, Africa50 has continued to build a strong track record of accelerating impactful infrastructure delivery across the continent. We now count 37 shareholders countries, comprising 33 African countries, including, of course, the Republic of Mozambique, and 4 institutions, namely the leading institution, the African Development Bank Group, the Central Bank of West Africa, BCAO, Bank Al-Maghrib, which is the Central Bank of Morocco, and Public Investment Corporation of South Africa, Africa's largest pension fund manager. I believe this lineup reflects the deepening strength of African-led ownership. We have to lead Africa's development. Mobilizing African institutional investors does not only strengthen our mission, but it also serves as a clear proof of Africa's will and determination to shape and lead our own growth stories. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure is not only about concrete or cables. It is also about enabling people to thrive. It's about unlocking potential, connecting communities, shaping the prosperous future that our continent deserves. For example, our work in the energy sector at Africa50 is driving real impact, expanding electricity access for millions across the continent. I am proud to share that through our investment, we have helped connect over 40 million people to reliable power, lighting up homes, schools, businesses, and entire communities. Now, right here in Mozambique, we are investing already in critical infrastructure. We have invested in the gas-fired project Central Térmica de Razano Garcia, a 175 megawatt project, but we are also keen to expand further our exposure to natural gas sector. We believe natural gas is a critical resource for Africa to succeed its energy transition while driving cleaner industrialization and growth. We are a strong champion of a balanced energy mix in Africa, which proudly includes African natural gas. We look forward to working with the government to expand our gas footprint in this country and across Africa. And today, we will sign 2 new transactions in Mozambique with the government. We'll sign a partnership with Electricity to Mozambique for development of 3 transmission lines under the Independent Power Transmission Framework. This will help support the government ambition to achieve universal access by 2030. We will also sign an agreement with the Ministry of Communication and Digital Transformation to build 2 data center facilities a new data center facility in Maputo and modernize an existing one. In addition, we will sign 2 Pan-African transactions. One will mark the first close for the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, a landmark initiative envisioned by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, and we will hear a bit more about it later. We're also going to sign a framework agreement with the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat for the development of and financing of trade-enabling infrastructure to boost inter-Africa trade, one of the continent's greatest endeavor. These milestones reflect our deep commitment to delivery, project by project, deal by deal. In closing, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, we will hear from industry leaders, investors, policymakers, and infrastructure experts on topics at the forefront of infrastructure development, including energy and how we use our significant natural resources to industrialize our continent, the need to accelerate regional integration and igniting transport corridors to drive trade and connectivity, and innovative financing mechanism our partners and us are using to help implement the infrastructure we need. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the truth is, the solution to Africa's infrastructure gap are already before us. Africa can and must lead the effort to close infrastructure gap on the continent, working with our non-African partners. We have the strategies, we have the capital, we have the African institutions such as Africa50 with proven models of implementation. We know what works. We are already building, mobilizing, delivering. Our mission now is to scale, to accelerate, because the infrastructure needs of Africa are urgent and vast. This shareholders meeting in Mozambique is the platform for decisive action. We invite you, our partners, shareholders, and friends, to join us in this critical endeavor. Let us seize the moment, here and now, in Mozambique, to turn our shared vision into tangible impact that transforms lives across our continent. Obrigados a todos.
E muito obrigada, Sr. Ibobisse. Merci.
Thank you. Next, we are going to invite Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the president of the FDB, to make his speech. Okay.
Your Excellency, Daniel Chapo, President of the Federal Republic of Mozambique, Excellencies, former Prime Ministers, I see both of you here, it's good to see you again. The State Secretary for Maputo City, the Honorable Carla Oliveira, Minister of the Economy and Finance of Mozambique, Honorable Ministers and senior government officials, the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, my dear brother Wankele Mene, it's nice to see you. Excellencies, ambassadors and heads of diplomatic missions, heads of international organizations, Alain Ebobisse, the Chief Executive Officer of Africa50, esteemed shareholders of Africa50, our esteemed members of the boards of directors of Africa50, the senior management and staff of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, bon dia, good morning. Your Excellency, my dear brother and friend, Mr. President, Daniel Chapo, I'm delighted that you have honored us today with your presence for the General Shareholders Meeting of Africa50. I'm especially grateful to you, sir, that you accept to host this General Shareholders Meeting. Please help me thank the President. Now, I need to tell you something about the President and myself. The first time that I met His Excellency the President was in Africa Union. And you can look at me and you remember that conversation. And as I entered the office where we were going to meet, he was sitting down. And I walked in, and then he stood up, and I looked. And I said, Mr. President, you know, our dear friend, President Kagame, is a good friend, and he used to be our poster president. I've been the tallest president. I said, what happened? You just downgraded him. And then he said, we should take our photograph together. I said, Mr. President, not standing. And so we sat down and we shook our hands, and that was it. And I'm saying that because of what Alan said. I spent about 30 minutes with him. I was enamored with his vision, with the clarity of purpose. I was excited about the fact that he wants Mozambique to develop very, very fast. And so, Mr. President, I think your height will match. Your ambition is strong, but you have no choice but to deliver big. And you can count on us, all of us here, Africa50, African Development Bank, to help you succeed. But you have chosen a great president, and he will succeed. Let me thank you, the Secretary, for the general hospitality and the graciousness with which you received us here in Maputo City. Mr. President, I wear two hats today as I address you and the audience. First, as President of the African Development Bank Group, your bank, and second, as Chairman of Africa50, which was established by the African Development Bank Group. Mozambique, Mr. President, is a strong shareholder of the African Development Bank Group, which started operations in this country in 1977. Mozambique also joined Africa50 in 2024, and thank you for your support. Your Excellency, President Chapo, I wish to start by formally congratulating you on your election as President of the Republic of Mozambique. I commend you for the remarkable leadership that you have shown in quickly stabilizing the country, because peace and stability are fundamental to spurring economic growth and development. I wish to commend you, Mr. President, and your government on the macroeconomic and fiscal stability of the country under your leadership. The green shoots of your macroeconomic and fiscal policies are just coming out. At the African Development Bank, we estimate that the real GDP of Mozambique is estimated to rise to 2.5% in 2025 and to 3.6% in 2026, due in particular to the rise or the rebound in the extractive sector activities. Congratulations, Mr. President, there's more on the way. Let me speak to you first with my hat on as President of the African Development Bank Group. The African Development Bank has been a strong supporter of Mozambique. And Mr. President, in the last 10 years under my presidency, from 2015 to 2025, we provided a total of $1.6 billion to Mozambique. And to put that in perspective, just to tell you, that means 41% of the total financing of the bank to Mozambique in the last 48 years was done just in the last 10 years. The African Development Bank was the lead financier of Mozambique's $20 billion liquefied natural gas project, for which the bank invested $400 million as senior debt financing. I also wish to thank you, Mr. President, for your visiting the LNG project in Cabo Delgado in February. Your leadership there that you showed brought a lot of reassurance to the investors. I am proud of what has been achieved in Mozambique, especially in the power sector, where our support for energy projects contributed significantly to the national energy access, increasing from 30% in 2018 to 60% in 2024. Our $34 million support for the Mozambique Energy for All project provided access to electricity for over 45,500 households in under-electrified provinces such as Zambezia, Nampula, including 14,000 female-headed households. Mr. President, the African Development Bank also strongly supported you in agriculture sector with the development of special agro-industrial processing zones. For example, in Pemba, Linchinga, one of the 6 of such zones the bank is supporting, and I know you're big on agriculture. The bank also, with our partners, supported you strongly in the development of the Nacala and the Beira corridors, which are transforming trade today and transport logistics and improving regional trade for the African Continental Free Trade Area. Let me now shift to my second heart as chairman of Africa50. Mr. President, when the African Development Bank created Africa50, the vision was clear, and you heard it from Alain Ebobisse, to develop a platform, an asset management company for mobilizing financing at scale for infrastructure with market rate of returns. I am proud, very proud, of what Africa50 has become today. Within 8 years of establishing Africa50, Africa50 has become a leader in infrastructure financing in Africa, thanks a lot to the visionary leadership of our CEO, Alain Ebobisse. Please give it up to him. And you can feel his drive, his passion, his commitment, and that's what we are. It's due thanks to the incredibly capable staff and talented staff that we have, and the support of the boards of directors, and of course you, our esteemed shareholders. Today, Africa50's shareholders have risen to 37, with 33 countries and 4 institutions, as Alain laid out. From just one staff, in fact, when we started, it was myself, it was Charles Boama, who was then my senior vice president, Amadou Souley, who was the general counsel, and we had no account, we had no letterhead, we had nothing. That was how we started. And the first staff we actually had to hire was this man, Alain. And now we have 100 exceptional staff. An institution today that is managing well over $1.4 billion in assets. The total portfolio size of the companies in which it's investing is today $8 billion. Just imagine all of that in an 8-year period. Africa50 is showing creativity and innovation on infrastructure financing. Its Africa Infrastructure Acceleration Fund raised $275 million from over 20 African institutional investors. And I must say, that's the first time that has happened. When you see institutional investors investing at scale, that means they have confidence in it. And I think that we should thank the institutional investors for having confidence in us. And thank you very much. Africa50 is delighted to be working closely in partnership with Mozambique in areas that complement the work of the African Development Bank, especially in infrastructure, energy, and transport. Alain has laid it out, but I'll say it again. Africa50 will be, Mr. President, an equity investor in the 175 megawatts gas-fired power plant, the Central Tamica do Rezano Garcia CTRG. Africa50 is finalizing the project development agreement for 3 transmission lines under an independent power transmission framework. And this will be in partnership with the Power Grid and Electricidade do Mozambique EDM. And Africa50 is expected to develop, as Alain said, the data center facility in Maputo City. I am delighted that our shareholders are here with us in Maputo to witness the fruits of collaboration and partnerships between the African Development Bank and Mozambique, partnerships between the African Development Bank and Africa50, and partnerships between the Africa50 and Mozambique. Partnerships is what we need. Partnerships is what we will need to close the $170 billion a year infrastructure financing gap that we have today in Africa. And those partnerships will have to expand. Partnerships with multilateral and bilateral financial institutions, partnerships with investment banks and private equity funds, partnerships with institutional investors from sovereign wealth funds to pension funds and to insurance pool of funds. Partnerships, of course, between countries to finance cross-national infrastructure, to spur regional integration, and advance the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I'm delighted that the Secretary General is here with us today. Together, we are stronger. Together, let's join our hands together around what I call the baobab tree of infrastructure opportunities in Africa. Your Excellency, President Chapo, thank you so much for stretching out to us your hands of partnership. You can count on Africa50, and you can count on the African Development Bank Group and all the partners that are here today to continue to support your visionary efforts to transform Mozambique. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my tenure as President of the African Development Bank Group and as Chairman of the Board of Directors of Africa50 will end September 1st, 2025 at exactly 8 a.m. And so I thought I'll do a little bit of an advertisement for Africa50. If you take a look at my bow tie, you will probably see it's the brand of the company. I am proud of what we have achieved together. Mr. President, the high-fives work of the African Development Bank impacted on the lives of 565 million people. The capital of the African Development Bank grew from $93 billion in 2015 when I started to $318 billion today, the highest in the history of the African Development Bank since its establishment in 1964. The African Development Bank was ranked as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. The African Development Fund, which is the concessional financing institution of the bank, was ranked as the second best financial institution in the world, above all 55 concessional financing institutions in all OECD countries. The African Development Bank maintained its AAA global credit ratings over the past 10 years, even in the most difficult economic times with COVID-19. The African Development Bank, Mr. President, was ranked for the past 2 years as the most transparent financial institution in the world. And here I have a lot of my partners that I would like to acknowledge, in particular because of the Africa Investment Forum, which we developed together with our partners, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, Africa50, Africa Export-Import Bank, Trade and Development Bank, and I see the President here, Africa Finance Corporation, European Investment Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and the Arab Bank for Economic Development. And collectively, since we started that, we mobilized well over $225 billion. And finally, Africa50, whose bow tie I wear today, has become a globally respected infrastructure platform. And so as chairman of Africa50, I am confident that Africa50 will continue to grow in the years ahead because its value proposition is very strong. Africa50 will be signing today memorandums of understanding with the government of Mozambique and also with the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, AGIA. These further reinforce the strong value proposition of Africa50. As chairman of Africa50, let me assure all of our partners and investors, Africa50 is a good investment. Africa50 delivers impactful results. Africa50 delivers value for money. You can never get it wrong investing in Africa50. Thank you all very much for your support and partnership. As I move, of course, into a new future from September 1 at 8 a.m., Africa will always be, of course, on my mind. But let me assure you of something. I will not be stepping back. I will be stepping forward to a new drive on tilting global capital for unlocking investments to our beautiful continent. And of course, Mozambique, Mr. President, will remain very dear to my heart. Muito obrigado a todos, and thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, doutora Cristina.
Thank you very much.
Um prazer, dando seguimento ao nosso programa.
I would like to invite Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, and their members to witness the signature of the agreement. I would like to invite the board of members of Africa50 and the CEO of the EDM for the signature of the memorandum. Nana, over to you.
We'll invite CEO of the Electricidade de Mozambique, Joaquim Henrique Ushim, and CEO of Africa50 to do the signing. So this is the very first signing for today. Is a project development agreement for 3 transmission lines here in the Republic of Mozambique, totaling approximately 800 kilometers. This is very important in accelerating access to power and strengthening grid infrastructure through transmission lines, PPPs. And indeed, on this project, Africa50 will be bringing its expertise in developing the first ever transmission line PPPs in Africa to this project, ensuring that the people of Mozambique enjoy the full benefit of this particular project. Thank you very much. We'll take some pictures. Thank you. Mr. Oshim would like to have a quick remark from you, if you don't mind. A quick remark from you with the microphone. A quick word from you. Thank you very much.
Sua Excelência, tenho com toda
Your Excellency, with all the protocol observed, I would like to thank you for the signature of the memoranda of the project for the development for the construction of 3 lines. The first line will be from Maputo, Montepuez to Marupa, 220 kilovolts. Then we have another line that will be Chumaranyaminga to Enchope, 400 kilowatts, and another line Metoro to Namia, low 220 kilovolts. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Please stay with us. You may please take your seats, your main seat. Right. Thank you so much. Anne-Marie.
De seguida, convido.
After that, I'll invite His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Digital Transformation and the CEO of Africa50 for the next signature ceremony.
Minister of Communications and Digital Transformation of Mozambique, Mr. Americo Buchanga. Thank you. He will be signing also with CEO of Africa50, Alain Ebobise. We will proceed to do the signings. This is our second signing for today. And it is to develop, finance, and construct a new data center facility in the country. This is very important in driving digitalization in Mozambique. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this agreement is for a greenfield tier 1, tier 3 data center facility in Maputo city, designed to scale over in a couple of years. Please, Honorable Minister.
Obrigado, Sua Excelência, Presidente da República.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic. I would like to, in the scope of the materialization, to transform the digital transformation engine for developing our economy through the digital infrastructure. One of it, with the financing and partnership with Africa50, is the construction of a data center in Mozambique and the modernization of a data center that is in Malwan to act as a data center. With this infrastructure, our country will have the necessary infrastructure to accommodate the whole systems that will be the engine for the economy development. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Alain, please stay with us. We will move to our third signing. Anne-Marie.
Então, convido agora o secretário-geral.
I would like to invite the Secretary General of the Free Trade African area and
His Excellency Wamkele Mene will also invite Vice President Solomon Kwenu to join us. Vice President for Private Sector Infrastructure and Industrialization at the African Development Bank, Solomon Kwenu, has also joined us. Thank you. We'll proceed to do the signings. This is a partnership for the development of a cross-border digital solution for customs and border management aimed at creating a seamless, interoperable systems across African countries, with the potential to begin a pilot implementation within a specific regional economic community. So the signings are complete. We'll now rise and take some photos. So we'll just hold them and then we'll take the photos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll take a few comments. We'll take a few comments from His Excellency Wamkele Mene first, and then Vice President Kwenu. Microphone, please. Okay. Sorry? Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, Alain. You may please take your seat as well.
Momentos maravilhosos.
Amazing moments of cooperation, Pan-African cooperation, international cooperation.
Final Pan-African signing. And this is very important. It is the signing of the first close of the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa Project Development Fund at $118 million. May I please invite here Mr. Mike Salawu, Director of Infrastructure, Cities and Urban Development at the African Development Bank Group. May I also invite Her Excellency Helen Louise, British High Commissioner in Maputo. May I also invite Stefan Bates from KFW. May I also invite Emma Jori, principal for Three Kings Group. Anas Sharafi, Executive Director, AGIA. As I said, this is a very important agreement. This is the signing. It's the first close of the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa Project Development Fund at $118 million. The fund will be managed by Africa50, and it's bringing together, as you've already seen, public, commercial, and philanthropic capital to unlock early-stage investment for transformative, climate-resilient projects in Africa. Okay, so the signings are done. We'll take a few photos. May you please rise with the folders? We'll take a few photos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana. Muito
Thank you, Nana.
sozinhos.
Thank you, partners. Together we go faster, but together we go further, right? Thank you. We know that culture is the soul of a nation. So, during our program, I would like to invite the cultural group Africa so that we can enjoy their amazing performance. Thank you. Wow. A round of applause. An amazing group. And I do believe that today we are a little Mozambican, all of us. The Pan-Africanism for its hospitality, and Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to be with you today. I'll try Kani Mambo. Once again, I would like to call the attention of our esteemed invitees on the exhibition of a video on investments in Mozambique.
Moçambique, terra de sol e mar, onde o Índico nos abraça com ondas de azul profundo, um paraíso a brilhar. Um país que nos surpreende, cheio de esperança e amor. Um povo hospitaleiro e gentil, com uma cultura rica, que nos faz sentir em casa e sonhar sem fim. Quem aqui vem não parte ou volta um dia. Assim é Moçambique, belo e acolhedor, alegre e surpreendente, único e fascinante. Um país em crescimento com corredores de transporte eficientes e bem planejados que conectam o país ao mundo. Uma chave para o desenvolvimento econômico e social, facilitando a vida dos cidadãos. Com recursos naturais abundantes, montanhas e savanas, um cenário natural onde a vida selvagem em liberdade é um espetáculo sem igual, com uma matriz energética diversificada e em crescimento. Moçambique, terra de maravilhas e sonhos, onde o passado e o presente se encontram com um futuro radioso. Venha e descubra porque é que somos um destino cada vez mais popular para investidores, turistas e empreendedores. Um país com um futuro brilhante e oportunidades ilimitadas. Venha conhecer Moçambique.
At this point, I would like to invite Honorable Carla Louveira, Minister of Finances, for her remarks. Your Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, Honorable the State Secretary of Maputo City, Honorable members of the Government of Mozambique, former ministers and ministers of the Government of Mozambique, Honorable Chair of the AFDB and the Africa50 CEO, Honorable Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Honorable Africa50 Executive Director, Honorable Africa50 shareholders and board members, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished representatives, all protocol observed. Good morning. I'm honored and pleased to welcome you all to Maputo for the Africa50 General Shareholders Meeting. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the Africa50 board members for the trust demonstrated in choosing our country, Mozambique, to host this year's Africa50 Shareholders Annual General Meeting. At the Ministry of Finance level, one of our focus areas is how we finance infrastructure development, and all other country needs to leverage an inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Within this context, our Africa50 membership as a shareholder is based on the mutual benefit assumption, and we support the organization, which in turn support us in many segments, specifically on project development through the mechanism established to make them bankable, accelerating infrastructure financing and injecting capital to boost growth, mobilization of private sector capital to support our economic growth. In view of this context, and I am highly honored to invite His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to deliver the opening speech of this session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bom dia. Podemos sentar.
Good morning. Please be seated. Minister of Finance, Honorable, Mr. President of the FDB, my brother and friend, Mr. President of the Africa50, my brother, the President, the General Secretary of the Free Trade Zone, thank you for your presence. Former Prime Ministers of Mozambique present in the hall, Luisa Diogo Honorable, Adriano Maleani, Carlos Agustin de Rosario, thank you for joining us today. Honorable members of the government of Mozambique present in this hall, honorable members from the advisory board present in this room, Mr. Executive Director from Africa50, members of the state at highest level, Secretary of State, State Secretary for the Maputo State, Executive Director from the Africa50, members of the Africa50, diplomatic corps accredited in Mozambique, development partners, and from financial institutions present, President or Chair of the Mozambican business community present in this room, representatives from the business community present, the government-owned business representatives, and the business community, both national and international, present in the room, the media, both local and international, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored and with high satisfaction expressing on behalf of the people of Mozambique, the government of Mozambique, and on my own behalf, our joy to host in this city, our beautiful capital, the General Shareholders Meeting for the Africa50. We welcome you all with home hospitality that marks our country and Africa fraternity uniting us. Specifically, we want to welcome our Honorable guest, Akumwini Adizima, my brother, you are most welcome to the Republic of Mozambique, to Maputo City, to your second home. Thank you for your presence. Throughout the last decade, your visionary leadership ahead of the FDB and the Africa50, you've transformed ambition to a real outcome for our continent, including energy, shedding our country's investments, generating employment for our peoples. Your legacy is not just institutional, but human and inspiring for all of us as Africans. On behalf of Mozambique and Africa, we say to you, we thank you, and we wish you the most success for your vision the future reserves for you. For this reason, we want to demonstrate joy and welcome you through a huge clap. Thank you, my brother. I congratulate you. Ladies and gentlemen, this general meeting has more significance for Mozambique, but also for the African continent. Africa50 is more than a financial institution. It is a African solutions platform for African challenges, a mechanism generated to accelerate investment in energy, transportation, digitalization, and logistics in Africa. Since Mozambique joined Africa50 in 2024, we became part of a shared vision to build an interconnected Africa, a competitive Africa, able to transform its resources into prosperity for the peoples. As it was said, as Dr. Desina said, for the first time we met in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, in a EU meeting. We were around a half an hour talking around what we have in common for Mozambique. I was saying by then that I was not there just to ask for money. I was there representing Mozambique as the president recently elected, but also to demonstrate our assets as a country in the sectors we've mentioned here. We have assets on energy, we have assets on transportation due to our geographical location, digitalization, of course, ever since we have now a ministry dedicated to it, because the world is going towards that trend. And we have 3 development corridors, including Maputo, Beira, and Nacala, and that we had a massive demand at the SADC region. In our neighboring countries, there are challenges relating electricity, transportation, digitalization, and logistics, all of which the other countries are facing at the region level were an opportunity for investment in Mozambique. It was there that Dr. D said, we are looking for a country where we can host our general meeting for the Africa50. Can we agree upon that Mozambique is hosting? And please make sure that you are choosing one of the beautiful cities in Africa and in the world, Maputo. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that. This is a public commitment we took during our installment to promote private investment for resilient infrastructure, for a resilient and transformative environment, to have logistic platforms that can be competitive. This meeting inspires two panels that are going to be held today. The first, leveraging energy and industrialization. We are reminded that Africa industrialization will only be able with feasible energy. This is why we signed our memorandums of understanding with our EDM company. The second is to unleashing trade and connectivity, infrastructure, logistics, and continental corridors. Regional integration and logistics is essential to make the free trade zone a reality and tangible for our peoples and communities. This is why we've signed a memorandum of understanding to allow for building an infrastructure, chiefly along our borders, one-stop borders, to flexibilize our trade between African countries. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, the video we just watched mirrors the Mozambican desire today, the purpose intended to develop on real opportunities. We dotted with massive natural resources. We have geostrategic location at the continent and the world. We have a resilient people, hardworking, friendly, and humble. Our coastline of more than 2,500 have access to Mozambique, transforming it in a natural platform for national trade. In the last years, we consolidated a macroeconomic environment more stable, regardless of the internal and foreign economic shocks. We have strategic investments making Mozambique in full participation in world economy. Our intention is to build industrialized Mozambique, competitive Mozambique, where the private sector can generate partnerships. Above all, our key partner in employment generation and innovation, this innovation is included in the national strategy recently approved by the Parliament in 2025-2044, setting the priorities of the country and responding to the economic, structural, and international demands we are living today. Mozambique is taking a strategic role in Southern Africa, as we just mentioned. Our ports, development corridors, the pipelines provide access, vital access to inland countries, making us a regional logistical hub. We've been focusing on Maputo, Beira, Nacala corridors. We've projected new strategic corridors, including Inyambane for South Africa. Our energy resources, including oil and gas and hydroelectricity, including solar energy, we are ready for the SADC region. This is why our meeting with the FDB president in Sevilla, Spain, for inviting him to visit our assets so that we as Mozambicans can meet the demand from our neighbor countries at the SADC region. Today, we are here with the president of the FDB, my brother Desina, for once more to talk on the potential existing in Mozambique and the investments we are looking for to position ourselves as a country, a reference country on transportation, logistics through our corridors. This is why we have a Ministry of Transportation and Logistics, but also to become a hub to provide electricity to the neighboring countries around the region. This is why, in line, we have investment on the digital infrastructure with the fiber technology, including connections to millions of people and companies. The signature of the agreement is that the country can have data centers to allow economic development and development in the years to come. This is why, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Africa50 is for Mozambique a key partnership, making this vision true for the years to come. Since our membership in 2024, we have been making efforts to meet the cooperation in transforming ideas into projects so that we can generate employment for our youth, generate income, generate more revenues for the country, and invest in economic, social, environmental, and sustainable development of our country. I was privileged to meet and see the executive director. I related call to investment in Mozambique and strengthen the presence of Africa50 in our country and the SADC region. This is why, thank you, Executive Director, for joining us today after our meeting in Addis Ababa. Our plan is straightforward as a country. The transmission lines on the data centers, or logistic poles, smart cities. We want to structure communities together with partners, above all with the Mozambican private sector present in this hall. We are developing today with the Africa50 innovative transactions focused on energy, digitalization, regional integration, one-stop borders supported by the free trade zone in the continent at highest level. Each one of these initiatives promote involvement of employment and sustainable development for Mozambique and SADC. We reiterate our commitment with the energy sector. Since 2018, we implemented the national strategy for electrification and energy for all, increasing access to electricity for 31% to 62% of our population. We have overcome 400,000 connections in the last 2 years. This is a milestone for energy inclusion in Mozambique. In 2025, we have the 300 initiative led by the World Bank and FDB present, aimed at taking electricity to 300 million Africans by 2030. Mozambique is committed to universalize access to energy by 2030 using an integrated strategy combining the energy market and industrialization and attracting investment. Of course, capitalizing Cabora Bassa and Pandankua has the economic transformation engines. Africa50, with its focus and financial feasibility, is no doubt a strategic partner in the initial development of projects. It strengthens our commitment that these initiatives are going to succeed towards its implementation. This meeting is a milestone for action with the memorandums we've signed, structuring agreements. These are steady forward steps, including dialogue of leaderships on impacting development that impact Mozambican population and the African population at large. It is under this spirit that Mozambique will host the presidential forum for investment on infrastructure with focus on projects on energy, including energy transforming lines, economic corridors, and digitalization and connectivity at continent level. This will be one of those times when African leaders are going to join efforts to sign agreements and make transactions that are going to consolidate our vision of an connected Africa, industrialized Africa, and sovereign Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism, agriculture, mineral resources and energy, industrialization, transportation, logistics are our priority areas for the development in the years to come. History teaches us that development requires vision, cooperation between the public and the private, and coordinated actions towards developing our country and consequently the SADC region and Africa. Today, the Africa50 symbolizes the new Africa, the Africa that depends on itself, promotes cooperations amongst Africans, and potentiate prosperity for its peoples. We want to thank all development partners present in the hall, supporting us day and night, 24/24, from Monday to Monday in our efforts. We wish this meeting will translate into tangible opportunities for local business people and international people. Hope for millions of Africans and specifically for Mozambican people. Having said these words, we declare this general shareholders meeting in Maputo, and we wish everyone to be very productive and inspiring. We want to take this opportunity to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Enjoy our beautiful city, enjoy our culture, enjoy the best seafood of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is something we really need, not a new Africa, an Africa taught by African to African. With your permission, Your Excellency, we are going to have two occasion photos. The first that will be with Your Excellency and members, and the second we would like to invite Mr. President with the audience to make this moment eternal. Can we proceed with the first one, please? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
So we're going to take an official photo with His Excellency.
So may you please all be upstanding.
And Nana, I think we should join us as well. Let's
Absolutely.
go. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much to all. Excellency, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the conclusion of the ceremony and the exit of the President of the Republic of Mozambique, Francisco Chapo, from the room. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we please ask that you don't leave the room. We are going to be starting with the second phase of the program. So please be seated. We have some very important conversations that we'll be having. Coming up very soon, a conversation with His Excellency Wamkele Mene. So please stay in your seats. We'll be starting very soon.
Meus senhores, minhas senhoras, por favor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find seated. We are going to proceed with our program with panels of talks that are so interesting.
Bien vouloir rester dans cette salle. Le programme va reprendre dans quelques instants. Nous aurons 2 panels et plusieurs conversations très intéressantes. Por favor, pessoal, permaneçam nesta sala.
Please keep within the room. We will have a talk with His Excellency Wamkele Mene.
Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we please ask that you take your seats so that we can start with the second phase of the program. Also for the media, we will have a lot of time for you to do your interviews after the program. So we'd like to continue. To start? Okay. 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 Yes.
Por favor, senhores e
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats, please. We will start our program very soon.
May you please take your seats?
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien vouloir retrouver vos sièges. Nous allons commencer dans quelques instants. Por favor, meus senhores, minhas senhoras, tomem os seus lugares. Queremos começar em breve.
Also for the media and journalists, could you please hold on with your interviews so that you can do them after the sessions?
Nous allons bientôt reprendre la suite des programmes, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Nous vous prions de regagner vos sièges, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could you please resume your seats so that we can start? Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Now, trade is the engine of Africa's integration. And at the center of that transformation is the African Continental Free Trade Area. Our first session today will dive into what's working, what's next, and how we make the AFCFTA benefit all Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AFCFTA, in conversation with Nozipo Chabalala. Nozipo, take over. Ladies and gentlemen, may you please take your seats so we can start.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly ask for your attention and kindly request for all of you to kindly please take your seats. His Excellency and I are ready to get into the conversation. I do appreciate your kind attention. Thank you very much. If you're still upstanding, this is a final boarding call just for you. Kindly please take your seats. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, it's a privilege to engage you on this very important conversation. But as we sit in this room, I think you and I can both agree that no one needs convincing about the importance of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Everybody knows the numbers, that we're talking about a single market opportunity of at least 1.3 billion people. We're talking about a combined GDP of about $3.4 trillion. It's a big ambition and of course needs big action. As I get to my first question, I'm going to ask my media colleagues to kindly please afford His Excellency the respect of taking the interviews quietly or further back. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I want to locate this conversation in the global context. There's the retreat of global capital. There are geopolitical tensions. African governments are confronted with competing priorities on the fiscus. Do you think that infrastructure investment is getting the requisite attention that is required for this African Continental Free Trade Area ambition to be realized?
Well, thank you very much. First, let me just take a minute to express my deep gratitude to our senior brother, Dr. Adeshina, for his vision and commitment over the last 10 years. I think that one of his enduring legacies will be infrastructure development in Africa, complete transformation of Africa's economy through investment in infrastructure. In the AU summits, we sit next to each other. And last year, he said to me, I heard you say on CNN, Eleni Giokos, that we invested $40 billion. You are wrong, it's $45 billion. And so that 55, I'm wrong again. I have to go back to Eleni Giokos to correct the record. But I really want to appreciate our senior brother for his leadership. There are two things in leadership: execution and vision.
Yes.
And if you don't have both of them, it's very, very difficult to succeed. And I want to congratulate my senior brother for his success. 3 weeks ago, I drove from the Gambia, Banjul, to Dakar. And the video that was projected earlier that showed the bridge, Senegambia Bridge, is an investment of by Africa50. And so what I want to tell shareholders today, something that I'm sure they already know, is that your investment is not just for commercially priced returns.
Sure.
It has a direct impact on people's lives. If you look at the data that demonstrates the movement of trade, goods, services, and people since that bridge has been built, it is truly exponential. And so infrastructure development is at the heart of trade. And by the way, that bridge supports not just the Gambia and Senegal, Mauritania, Senegal, the Gambia, and southwards towards Guinea-Bissau. So infrastructure development is a requisite for us to double intra-Africa trade by the year 2035. If we continue to invest the significant amounts of money that we have seen by Africa50, Africa50, AFDB, Africa Finance Corporation, the combined and TDA and others, the private sector, I believe that we will see the transformation that we want to see. Now, in regards to the global context, it is, of course, a trite by now that we are facing an unprecedented challenge as the continent of Africa. However, this challenge is a very, very unique opportunity. In fact, it is, in many respects, a wake-up call for us that we've got to rely on our own institutions to invest in industrial development, as the President was saying, to invest in infrastructure, to invest in our own skills development of young people. It is a challenge. It requires that we collaborate with the development finance institutions, of which, of course, AFDB is a leading institution, so that together we identify where do we deploy this much needed capital into which sectors of Africa's economy so that we accelerate growth even in the midst of the current adverse geopolitical and geoeconomic context.
Your Excellency, I think it's a very clear clarion call to make the most of the opportunity. There's a saying that says you must, there are moments when you get an opportunity of a lifetime, but also you need to take that opportunity in its lifetime. So, to the room of people who are representing DFIs, who are representing development partners, who are representing member states, what do you need to see being done for this opportunity to be taken in its lifetime? What is your call to action to everybody in this room?
Invest more. Invest more in industrial development in Africa. Invest more in infrastructure in Africa. These two factors, combined with the rules that we're developing in the AFCFTA, which are intended to eliminate intra-Africa barriers to trade, eliminate intra-Africa barriers to investment, which is less than 4%. The three factors combined, I believe, will propel our continent and enable us to navigate this very, very significant challenge that we're faced with. If you consider this fact, in 2019, Africa imported $16.5 billion worth of pharmaceuticals. That is $16.5 billion worth of jobs forgone, competitiveness forgone. Where we invest, which we have begun to do, where we invest in productive capacity in Africa, obviously we're creating jobs here, we're creating and spurring on innovation here in Africa, and we're enabling our continent to be competitive. I was very, very happy that Africa50 is investing in a data center here in Mozambique, working together with AFDB and Africa50. Again, where you combine the rules, we have a protocol on digital trade. It enables the commercialization of data, the export of data from country X to country Y. We combine that, enabling regulatory environment. We combine that with investment. It enables Mozambique to position herself competitively in the commercialization of data for the sub-region, to export data to other countries in the sub-region, the SADC region, and beyond, to create jobs for young people. We know that young people are at the cutting edge of innovation, technological innovation. And so the collaboration and the partnership that I refer to is not just in theory. It is actually a practical necessity whose impact, I believe, will be transformative.
Your Excellency, we don't have enough time together, but I want to squeeze maybe two more questions. The one of these is to say, even as you share the example of the data center in Mozambique, there has to be an enabling policy environment to be able to attract those kind of opportunities and to realize those opportunities. Talk to us a little bit about the progress you're seeing in the work that you're doing around industrial policy with member states, and perhaps a reference to the guided trade initiative and what you're learning from this initiative that could be extrapolated more broadly.
What we've learned over the last few years is that, of course, intra-Africa trade is low. There are reasons as to why. The guided trade initiative, we observed that the cost of infrastructure in Africa is very high, which was mentioned. The cost of transport and logistics is very high, which was also mentioned. The lack of interoperability of our customs systems, which with Africa50, myself and my dear brother Alain, we have committed to tackle that challenge, or to take steps towards tackling that challenge. These are the constraints that confront intra-Africa trade. However, they are not insurmountable, and I will give you examples. Last year, 2024, intra-Africa trade was $220 billion, an upward trend of about 12.3% as compared to the year before. As we speak today, Africa's largest economy, Nigeria, last month, 2 months ago, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics issued a report that Nigeria's exports to Africa have now surpassed exports to the rest of the world.
Sure.
So Nigeria's largest export destination, as we speak, is the African continent. And this is on the back of the AFCFTA. Of course, we are all 49 of us who are trading under the AFCFTA are starting from a low base. But the data indicates that, again, where we invest in industrial development, as you've mentioned,
Sure.
and invest in infrastructure and transport and logistics, we will be able to significantly improve intra-Africa trade through these investments, but also introducing other tools for
Sure.
trade, such as the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which it has now been rolled out. We're working on that with the African Bank to significantly reduce the cost of trade in Africa, to significantly reduce the cost
Sure.
to small, medium enterprises, so that you can trade. If you are in Kenya, you
Yeah.
trade in Kenyan shillings with somebody in Ghana who's receiving Ghanaian cedis through a digital platform for intra-Africa payments.
So, Your Excellency, I'm hearing an intention around both the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure. I have just one more question, and then we have to wrap our conversation. As we sit here in Maputo, it's kind of difficult not to take cognizance of the trade corridors between Mozambique and South Africa and how they represent what's possible if we're able to scale that across the region and more broadly on the continent. And I suppose this is a somewhat cheeky question, but I think it's important. And that is, what is the cost of closed corridors? What is the cost of not being intentional about opening up trade corridors? The cost of what we're leaving on the table if we don't rise into this moment and fulfill this ambition?
The cost is lack of competitiveness, continued sluggish regional growth, the inability to create jobs, the inability to trade in a region. This is the cost of remaining in a closed trade environment. But it is, of course, very, very encouraging that our leaders recognize that we must connect our regions, whether it's a sub-region or through the continent, through these trade corridors, which once again, we have seen significant amounts of investments in. On the east coast of this sub-region, Mozambique, on the west coast of this sub-region, Namibia, we have seen investments in ports. AFDB has invested in the port in Walvis Bay that connect through the trade corridors, connecting Zambia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, right up until Malawi and the port of Beira. So we know from the experience of this sub-region that trade corridors that connect, whether we are talking about landlocked countries to seaports, that they do make a significant difference. And again, if you look at the data, that will indicate that the SADC Free Trade Protocol, it became operational in 2000. But when it was interconnected with the trade corridors, we began to see more and more goods within the sub-region of SADC. This is true also of the East African community. If you go to the port of Mombasa, which connects all of the East African community countries through a network of trade corridors where significant investments have taken place. Now, the challenge that we have to tackle ourselves, AFCFTA and Africa50, is how do we accelerate or enhance the competitiveness of these trade corridors through efficient movement of goods. AFDB have done what they could, the money is there, but we've got to now focus on the soft infrastructure, and that is the digitization of our transport and transit systems across our borders to enable more efficient and more cost-effective transit of goods. It's no reason, there's no point in building a one-stop border post, the hard infrastructure, if there is no interoperability at a digital level. So this is what we've got to focus on, and I encourage the shareholders to also reflect on this point of increasing investment in soft infrastructure that will enable the hard infrastructure to produce the results that all of us want to see. I've mentioned the example of when I crossed the Senegambia Bridge from the Gambia into Senegal, the impact that that has had on the local economy and the regional economy is exponential. So I believe that even in the current negative global economic outlook, Africa's challenges are Africa's opportunities. This is a moment this is a crisis that we should not waste, that we must make the most of by investing in infrastructure, industrial development, rolling out the AFCFTA so that we all see the results that we want to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, even in the current negative moment, what we perceive to be Africa's greatest challenges, therein are Africa's greatest opportunities. Won't you please give a warm round of applause to His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Thank you also, Nozipho, for such an insightful conversation. So from one very important conversation on regional trade and integration, we are moving to another very important conversation, which is on energy, and I believe you agree with me that energy and industrialization are the twin engines of Africa's economic transformation. Our next panel will explore how to scale up energy access, integrate renewables, and build industrial capacity that meets the demands of a rapidly growing Africa and how its people can benefit. To lead this very important conversation, I would like to welcome, please help me welcome my colleague and moderator for this session, Kanyari Washen. He is the Senior Investment Director at Africa50. He will be having this conversation with Madam Pakinam Kafafi. She's the CEO of Taka Arabia. Please let's welcome them. We'll also have Mahoshi Lekaite, CEO of the Industrial Development Corporation South Africa. Let's also welcome on stage Group President and Managing Director for the Trade and Development Bank Group, Mr. Admasu Terese, and Mr. Carlos Yom, Managing Director for Impanda Nkua Hydropower Project Implementation Office here in Mozambique. Kanyari, I believe your panel is set, so please take over.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our panel. Our panel today is about powering Africa's growth energy and industrialization. With me is an august set of panelists who are going to help interrogate this topic. My name is Kanyaru Asheni. I'm a senior director at Africa50, and I'm very honored to be your moderator for this session. To set some context for our discussion today, we've heard a few salient facts in the course of the various sessions this morning. Mozambique is at a critical point in its development today, where there is a real opportunity to use energy as a catalyst for both its own growth as well as to power the broader region. Mozambique has significant endowments of natural gas. We heard that Mozambique has about 100 trillion cubic feet of gas, the third largest reserves on the continent. Significant endowment of hydropower, an increasing mix of renewable generation. And in addition to these endowments, has a strong mineral base which could allow for significant industrialization and beneficiation for the benefit of its people. In addition, Mozambique has grand ambitions to be a major regional player, supporting both the power needs of Mozambique as well as the rest of the SADC region. For this potential to crystallize into a reality, several things will need to be in place. One, we will need the mobilization of significant capital and risk instruments to make this happen. Two, we will need the development of projects in Panda, which is one of the projects we'll talk about today, that are the embodiment of this vision. Three, we will need to draw on regional partnerships in the broader SADC community, of which South Africa is a key plank in that regional strategy. And four, we will need to leverage the lessons learned from other economies and private sector actors in places such as Egypt, who have been able to use energy as a real catalyst for industrial development. With that preamble, I want to start by asking Carlos to potentially set the stage and give us a little bit of context around the Mpanda Nkua project, 1,500 megawatt hydro project in Mozambique, and maybe situate that within the context of Mozambique's energy strategy, the implications of this project from the perspective of building industrial capacity, and some of the regional impacts of this project.
Yeah. Can I speak in Portuguese, right? Yeah.
I think that in terms of context of the implementation of a project of this high dimension requires commitment at the level that is even outside the transaction. We have sector reforms, commitments with the government, and what it was said in the several speeches, the macroeconomical stability, which is very crucial. Obviously, the dimension of the project of 1,500 megawatts, as it was referred, if we exclude the Mozal consumption, which is a specific industry, it's a supply for South Africa. The dimension of Pandakwa is higher comparing to the consumption. Mozambique has the ambition, I would say, to have an inspection model that will be inclusive, that will bring the sharing of benefits with the government, investors, and communities, and the industrialists. So that if we can lower down in terms of the project, it means that we have to promote the project in a transaction that has to be attractive for the private sector capital, but also we need to ensure the public risks, and the project has to be bankable. The energy sector in Mozambique is highly regulated to attract private investment. This kind of projects has a lot of pressure on the framework, the regulatory framework, and the policies. On this point of view, we have to carry out this transaction in a way that we can comply not only with the environmental conformities, but also the focal point is the community. But we also have to comply with the requirements with regarding to the private sector transaction or the private capital that is invested within the project. This sector is regulated, and we have the public predominance from the generation to the distribution. This asset will produce a higher quantity of energy. We have to promote with the multilateral, such as the African Development Bank and others, guarantees structure for the credit risk, for all the structure of guarantees. It's a previous condition so that the project may go to the international market. All these instruments, they allow a robust narrative. It makes the financing narrative together with the state involvement. We are talking about above 1 million USD in a country such as ours. The project of 5 million USD for generation, it brings a lot of pressure. What is important to construct within a structure that is robust to attract investment? This is one component of strategic partnership to attract investment. The process is concluded at this level. We are moving forward to the contractual structure. Within the partnerships we have not only intention partnerships, but we have agreements such with the African Development Bank. We have private and public agreements, and we have international compliance at the environmental and social level. This is a brief summary. In terms of energy context, there is an opportunity. Mozambique is within a very good situation economically. Mozambique, within a period of, at this point, within 5 years, may structure a project that would allow and duplicate the hydro capacity of the country. Because of renewables, the country is on demand for the industrialization sector. But that's something else. That's something, it needs a robust policy structure so that we can mobilize financing from the World Bank, from the African Bank, that has an integrated vision of this kind of infrastructure. It's important, the strength of these institutions. The merit of the project starts with the natural resources that Mozambique already has in place. Mozambique has a hydropower asset that produces above 80%. It makes the projects competitive, and the value chains on this hydro resource can reproduce the investments in a cascade pattern. and it can overcome the problem of lack of water or hydro energy. So all the sets are pieces that shall be structured, well structured. We have in this way the capital to work for us and not us for the capital.
Your comments. Building on 2 points you raised, I want to bring in Mr. Tadesse on this. Carlos noted the key need for ensuring projects such as Mpandakua are both bankable and can also attract a broad range of financiers. Mr. Tadesse, given the current global environment we have, where Africa is struggling to attract capital from other sources in a world of economic nationalism, what is TDB's role in catalyzing financing, whether it's in terms of approaches or instruments that can be helpful in ensuring projects in Mozambique that have a regional dimension are actually come to fruition?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Delighted to be here alongside my colleagues on the panel. I think the fireside chat with Wamkele kind of gave hints at what the answer is, because oftentimes the opportunities are there, but we're not unlocking them. So there's no ready-made deals that are often sitting around. You have to actually pull up your sleeves and make them work, and I think this is why we're here at Africa50's AGM. And when you think about why the African Development Bank had to create Africa50, it's not because there was lack of money as such. The reason is because you need specialization, you need strong promoters and developers to actually get the ball moving. And so this is what the TDBs of this world and many of the development finance institutions, not to mention commercial banks, have not necessarily had what it takes to get the ball moving. And so we need more Africa50s. Africa50, of course, is a key one, but we need developers. And I think often in the industry we talk about there not being enough developers. So the truth is, if we're going to be frank in this conversation, we have to recognize that debt is a follower. Typically, debt follows. If there's nobody to follow, your debt sits idle on your balance sheet. And this is why many conferences you hear a lot of people saying, you know, bring me bankable projects. I have a lot of capital to bring to bear. And so this has been an ongoing challenge for us. So the question then is, to create that bankability that you speak of, there has to be some very strong strategic development to create the transport corridors that then become economic corridors. And then you start getting important sequencing in place that unlocks various projects that can flow. And so energy clearly is one of the themes of this panel discussion. So energy is a critical part of industrialization, as we heard. But agriculture also is a huge beneficiary, because we all know that agriculture needs inputs. I think the 16.5 billion that Wamkele talked about by way of the lost opportunity with imports, if you look at how much food we're importing in Africa, it's double the pain. In fact, Dr. Adeshina might tell me it's triple the pain. I hear it might be heading to $100 billion. Food. I mean, it's one thing to say you can't manufacture medicine, it's a complex process and so on. But why can't we eat our own food? It's the easiest thing to make, right? Africans have never had problems growing their own food, but we import 100 billion of that or so. So it just shows that there's a very interesting connection between infrastructure, energy, and even agriculture. The biggest trade finance activities that we do as TDB Group is we import fertilizer. I can imagine a time not so far down the line where some of these amazing natural gas projects here in Mozambique will start becoming petrochemical projects that will then allow Mozambique to do what Dangote did in Nigeria, to start developing big fertilizer plants and enable the massive agriculture opportunity here in Mozambique. All this beautiful water, fresh water, great agricultural land. And then you have the gas. So there's so much in place. It's just, you just need that sequencing to come into place. I think the debt money is the easier part. The hard part is to get players like the IDC. And they did it about 20 years ago. Not everybody may know that the magic of Mozambique began 20 years ago with the Mozal project on the back of the gas projects that were discovered back then. And I remember I was in South Africa at the time, and when the Maputo corridor was just starting on the back of roads, there was this amazing energy and aluminium project together, and I know IDC will have something to say about that. So I think there's a question of sequencing that's very important, but we have to just be very frank about leadership. Leadership at project development stage. And the truth is, conventional banks are not well placed to do that. We now have the Trade and Development Fund in TDB Group, where we're looking to do a little bit more outside of our conventional game. So that when Alain calls us and says, look, I'm doing some heavy lifting, but I need some patient capital, I need some risk capital upstream. I don't have a term sheet for you ready to put your debt in, but I need you to take a little bit of the harder risk with me up front. It takes a bit of a leap of faith. Now at least I have a pot of money, and I can say, look, I may not be able to give you a whole lot, but here's 5 million of patient money, risk capital, and if it doesn't go well, we can write it off. And that's the kind of boldness we need in order to transform the potential of this continent, because we know the potential is there, but we just need to pull up our sleeves and get the ball rolling. And it's like any kind of big stone somebody's trying to move, like a boulder. Once it starts moving, it's unstoppable. But to move it is not easy. And that's why I'm here to celebrate Africa50's annual meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Tedesse, for those very insightful comments. So maybe just to build on the points you raised about the need for somebody to start this journey. And you did mention IDC, who has been an important partner in Mozambique in catalyzing really the early innings of energy as a strategy for development through your investment in Mozal. Ms. Lekete, I'd ask you to maybe give us a little bit of context about your lessons learned from the IDC's experience being really the catalytic capital in South Africa and also in Mozambique, as we look at the next stage of Mozambique's energy and industrial development.
Thank you. So let me just start by saying that IDC's mandate is informed by the South African government's intent, and that is to industrialize South Africa, the region, and also ensure that we support the mandate of the AFCFTA of increasing trade in the rest of the continent. We believe that by doing so, not only does South Africa benefit, but the rest of the countries in the region benefit. And it is based on that, the IDC is turning 85 years old this year. So it's been on this industrialization journey for a number of years. And I just want to start with the lessons learned before coming to our entry into Mozambique. And that has been that without infrastructure, it will be very difficult for industry to develop. And indeed, the example that we've seen in Mozambique was that the recognition that before you even invite investors to come in and invest, ensure that you have the infrastructure plans very clearly laid out, because infrastructure allows industry to succeed in the country. So hence when the IDC was invited to be part of the lead investors in Mozal, we did not come in alone. We came with our sister institutions, ESCOM, which is the Electricity Commission of South Africa, to look at the investments in the energy space. And hence you hear about the investments that were made in Kahora Basa, for example, to provide energy for the aluminium smelter. Now, IDC, most people may not know, as Admasu has said, was one of the first 3 investors. It was Billiton, ourselves, and Mitsubishi, and the government of Mozambique also came in. So the second lesson for me is for the governments to have skin in the game, to come in early on. Because what we do not have in the rest of the continent is bankable projects, and to get a project to bankable stage requires funding, which you may or you may not get back. So you have to be prepared to put in the funds that develop these projects, which most of them are not funded by commercial banks. They would want you to come with a project that is ready for funding. So the role of development finance institutions like ourselves is to ensure that we come in early on. And I can say now proudly that Mozal stands here as one of the largest aluminium smelters in the rest of the African continent. And it is also the youngest. And if you think about the benefits that it has done for the Mozambican people in terms of contribution to GDP, employment creation, also establishment of companies that are linked to Mozal. Because one of the other things that we need to be very cognizant of is that we have been a continent that is known for exporting minerals without adding value. The IDC is very clear about creating value addition. And we see it here in Mozambique as well, that we have had companies that have developed on the back of Mozal, which are now supporting the economy in other means, but also in transforming the alumina that is produced into finished products, not only for here, but also for South Africa. So it's really about being intentional about supporting projects right from the beginning to the end. The last point I want to make is, I think one other area that we really have to move beyond is we cannot have Africa being a country that is a continent that is equity starved, but debt laden. We can't, and I agree with Admasu that the amount of funds, of money that we spend, for example, importing goods that we could be producing here, for me is the same of the amount of money that is sitting in equity investments outside this continent, which emanates from the African continent. What am I talking about? Most of our central banks, and I am not picking out central bank colleagues, they are very important, but most of them invest their funds in dollar-denominated investments, in euro-denominated investments. Why are those funds not being invested here on the African continent in our own investments? So the same way that we're putting emphasis on facilitating the availability of debt, we should be saying these projects stand the test of time when they've got sufficient equity. And that equity we can and we do have. It is just not invested in this continent at the moment, and we need to bring it back.
Thank you, Mrs. Lekete. Maybe I'll bring in Pakinam now and ask her to, first of all, give us context. Taka Arabia has really been a key private sector plank in the development of the commercialization of gas in Egypt, both from a power perspective, now from a distribution and an industrial perspective. And as somebody who also has had to mobilize a lot of equity and debt capital to grow your business, I'd ask you to reflect maybe on the journey that Egypt has taken and give us what lessons or things in a Mozambican context you think we should hold near and dear as Mozambique begins its journey.
First, I'm so delighted to be here today. This is my third time to come to Mozambique, and every time I fall in love with the country and the people. I think there is a lot of resemblance between the situation of Mozambique now, back in Egypt in the 90s, late 90s, with the situation of Egypt. But in the contrary, you have a better position here. You have 4 or 5 folds of reserves of gas compared to Egypt. We were always a net importer of fossil fuel. And you have unique location that can lead to be, and not only for the people of Mozambique, but can be an energy hub, definitely. Especially transporting to the area of China, India, and Japan regarding the industrialization. If I speak about the case of Egypt, Egypt started with reforms end of 90s. We had a very big bill of importing fossil fuel, and we had subsidies. Thank God that this is not part of a lot of places in the continent and Mozambique. That was, in order to do this, we had to make phasing and gradually move the subsidy by creating an energy mix and remove the heavy invoice of the import by utilizing and starting the infrastructure. Any economy, a growth of a motor of an economy has to start with the infrastructure, and the start is with the gas, because the gas is the main source of electricity. We understand now that we have renewables, and we have of course we have hydro. Renewable is great, it's going to be great in the energy mix. However, gas is the essential. Gas is the most important. So the first thing we did is we started connecting gas to people and industries and hotels, commercial, and the plan was moving, but it was slowly. In the last 10 years, I can tell you now that 90% of the country is connected with gas. We have 60 BCM consumption. Out of them, 60% going to electricity. All the country is connected with a distribution network of gas and electricity. Even the very far remote areas, we transfer CNG, mobile CNG. So the thing is, we have industrial zones. We have mega projects like fertilizer, steel, and cement. I think a country like Mozambique, having all these reserves of gas, it is crucial for the add value of the country and the people is to transfer the country to have an industrialization. The gap has to be closed, and they have to start tomorrow. And in order to be able to do this, we cannot say government only, we cannot say private sector only, or financial institutions only. And in the country of talking about capital, I always, as a private sector, believe that capital is not an issue if you put the right fundamentals. Nobody will not invest if there is the right pillars and parameters. So we need to work as a trio. And this was successful in Egypt. We need to work as a trio, like what? Like the government has the real vision, clear roadmap, with a good plan, with the help, and this plan the private sector can help phasing it, and the private sector come and invest within this plan, and financial institutions come and back up with capital. The trio has to work, it's not about a haphazard roadmap. It has to be clear what we are going to do, where, and how we attract. Needs bad details, like needs from the government a good framework, a good plan, a good incentives, because yani, I'll give you an example. When we started the renewable in the early 20s, we had 8 cents. Now we are bidding in projects with 1.5. Why? Because it was the first time. So we had to do it in, so you want to attract fertilizers, you want to attract cement, you want to attract steel, you have to get affordable gas price. We have to make a good grid, strong, reliable one. This reliable one will make electricity. I was hearing in the morning, His Excellency the President was talking about digitalization also. Digitalization, data center, most of the OPEX is electricity. Water desalination, 60% electricity. So all the loop is getting to the growth of any economy has to have a reliable, sustainable electricity. To have a reliable, sustainable power, you have to have a good national grid of gas. And it can be, we can do it in phasing. And people has to feel it. Has to feel it by, like we did in Egypt, we used to have an industrial zone and we connect all the community around it. So you take a city and connect it all, industries, people, household. We have currently 15.5 million households connected with gas. That lower our LPG invoice with around $300 million. So you can imagine, it's just phasing. Any finance institution, DFIs will, with a small calculation, they find that the removing of import is way higher than the ticket of building an infrastructure. So, as I told you, we need to start this, and this will create a job to people, will create a growth to the economy, will have the food, as you said, food is not rocket science. One thing we learned from Corona, that we need to depend on ourselves. We need to make sure that we have the food that we need, at least. Yani we're not talking about a highest technology thing. In order, you have to have industries, you have to add value. You need the energy and the utility. Yeah, so I think reform, energy mix, and a clear roadmap and a vision that was working as a trio will lead to the success. And it can happen. We did a lot in the last 10 years in Egypt. Yes, we started 30 years back, but in the last 10 years, we did what we did, triple what we did in 20 years. So if you want to expedite, you can, if you have the tools. And capital will follow automatically. Believe me, capital is not the worry. Just get the right thing, in the right time, with the right vision. Everybody's working in the same motto. Capital will flow from everywhere, and will fight for the investment.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Pakinam, for those insightful comments. Maybe just taking it back to Carlos, and in the context of Mpandankua, you've obviously been able to mobilize a lot of capital. Pakinam mentioned that the important thing is having the right fundamentals which allow replicability and more projects to come in. Are there one or two things from the context of Mozambique, from a regulatory and policy framework, you think have enabled your project to be able to attract capital to date?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think, talvez começar por...
Mozambique produced around 975 megawatts in the last years. So we cannot say that the framework that promoted the investment is the one we have today. Of course, we have many stages to achieving that level of report. To have the Mpandankua level of investment, we need, but what I understand is that there's a capital appetite to invest. And that has to do with the public quality infrastructures. Today, what we have in terms of public services and infrastructure, I've been looking at some reports. It is not news, but some of the reports from the World Bank and FDB today, energy is not the amplifying factor. It is constituted as loss of economy. Looking at the studies in Africa, 2 to 4% of GDP is lost in infrastructure and represents around 50 billion, and that is impacted. And one of the issues is energy and energy feasibility, which are the two key components so that we can potentiate the infrastructure productivity. Looking at Mozambique, we have massive raw material, but the processing, initial processing, is made through diesel because we have the deficit of the infrastructures to support the energy quality, feasibility to attract the energy. The integrated vision is important. We need to optimize how do we do investment, and looking at development corridors, industrial parks. All of these are initiatives that need to look at the integrated vision to have liquidity, for example, in Pandankua. So Mozambique should not only be addressed as extractive, but then to become a mid-income in macroeconomics, so that at community level we can feel so that development can be inclusive. Say Tete, for example, in
you mentioned around integrated development, which really ties into a theme that both Ms. Lekete and Mr. Tadesse raised. And maybe given we are almost out of time, I'd like to ask the three panelists on my immediate left to try and summarize their key thoughts, maybe tying into a couple of the key themes that have come out of our discussion here. One was the notion of sequencing. You know, what do we need to have in place as a precursor for what? The other question was on what fundamentals we need in place to drive capital. And three is the replicability of such projects. If you could just give us some closing remarks that speak to these key points, some of the key points that came out of this discussion in the context of the energy and industrialization sector in Mozambique, that would be very useful. Thank you. I'll start with maybe you, Mr. Tadesse, please.
Thank you very much. I like the way you put it, integrated development. You know, it captures the essence of sequencing, because when you integrate, you have to know where you start. And one unlocks the other. And I think, you know, today, this morning already, we've really flagged all the big issues. I think the one thing we've perhaps not mentioned on the panel now is, yes, you can have important sectoral planning. You need to get governments with skin in the game. But if you have a security problem, you can have all the best plans in the world, but nothing will happen. And of course, we are here in Mozambique. We know how the insecurity issue has tried to spoil the great opportunity that Mozambique has. I'm saying this from a position of experience because we invested $100 million in the Coral South project a few years ago when everybody was frantic that the spoilers were going to really spoil it, right? And then at that point, I realized that we needed another type of Africa50, an Africa50 that can secure the space, right? Because you can, before you even get the developers into the picture, you need the environment to be secured. today I'm very positive being here in Mozambique because I've just read a due diligence report on a security assessment on the area around Coral North, which is the follow-on project from Coral South. Again, we're positioning ourselves to be a significant investor, but of course security is everything, right? So I was so happy to hear that the 300 or so individuals who've been a spoiler for the great story of Mozambique is somehow being contained. And this is where Mahoshi says, this is now the exclusive preserve of governments. There's no financial player here. Even with all of his ambition, Dr. Adesina will not be able to bring troops here to contain those spoilers. So I think we need the continent to come together to make sure that these spoilers don't ruin it for us, because in the final analysis, there's so many important projects. I'm working on some gold mining projects in some African countries where the critical price was $1,700 per ounce. That was the break-even point. Today we're sitting at $3,200 per ounce. This project is super profitable. The only thing that's getting in the way is insecurity. The minute we address the issue of security, all of a sudden the sequencing gets unlocked. The Africa50s can come in. Those who play the equity role come in. And then of course the debt will blindly follow, right? And so I think your integrated development point is really the summary point in my view. But let's not forget, at the very top end of the stream, you have security, which comes even before the sectoral planning and everything. But all said and done, I'd just like to say that Mozambique is really poised to take off. I think Alain mentioned that in his statement. We're planning to do some very big financing here alongside our partners. And thank heavens, Wamkele, just to your point around global capital no longer being such an enabling factor these days, all considered, there is a little bit of a silver lining in there, and the silver lining is very well manifested in the case of Mozambique. 3 years ago, natural gas was difficult to finance. Today, it's become very doable. So that's the one silver lining in the clouds. And I think Total, when they had a big party in Washington last year when US Exim approved $5 billion for the Total gas project here, it was a great moment because those of us who've been talking just transition, it finally came, and it came from the most unlikely sources, right? You wouldn't expect $5 billion to come in from a G7 country when all of the COP discussions were not being very helpful. So for me, I'm actually quite positive that with all the storms around us, there are some silver linings. And I think Mozambique should just move very quickly. And I think Tanzania, Dr. Natu, this is the time. I think we need to just seize the moment before the contradictions and the paradoxes come back and start telling us, yes, just transition, but in reality, the big financiers will just stop. They'll tell you, yes, it's a just transition in our part of the world. In your part of the world, we're not going to finance. In other words, there's no just transition. But I think there is a window right now, and I think we need to strike while the iron is hot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tedesse. Maybe I'll ask Buckingham to give us her closing comments.
I will not repeat what he said regarding the integration and how we are going to work together. I will say that yet alone, Taka alone, I am connecting 2 million households. I have like more than 300 industrial. I have 5 gigawatt of distribution to gas. I have 1.4 in power distribution. What I say regarding the security, the value added addition, involve people, put people. When you have the mid and downstream infrastructure, you engage people. So security will be better, because if one day when we had it, and we had it in 2011, people used to protect our assets with us in the cities. We are in 11 governorate, 30-something cities. People were protecting all our stations, all our PRSs, all the network down, because they know that this belongs to them. So the security will come when you create value, when you train people, when you involve people in the work, when you do the real infrastructure. This is very important. And I think having industries, having a community around it, that will build the economy and make it in growth. And regarding the capital, again, capital is never the issue if you are making the right moves and the right frameworks and the right incentives and the first push. And last thing, yes, I agree, we have a tremendous good opportunity these days, because like 2 years ago, we are not going to finance gas, we're only financing renewable, although they are still working with coal. And I was sitting with the other DFIs without mentioning names, and I'm fighting and I'm talking loud. We need to use our resources. You cannot jeopardize us from using our resources. Our resources is not gas only. We have gas, we have sun, we have wind, we have hydro. We're going to make the right mix to make our country better, or our continent better, okay? Nowadays, changes of politics, now they are hearing it. I can see the IGU is fighting for it too. Yes, gas is still a fossil fuel, but the whole continent is not a fraction of one of these countries' pollution. So don't talk about pollution before you talk to yourself. We are going to use all our resources. We're going to use them better. We all people who are technically understand renewable cannot serve a lot of industries alone, even if you have batteries, even if you have. So we know that we have to use our resources the best way we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Buckingham. I'll let Ms. Lekete have the last word.
I agree with my panelists. I think energy is very important to industry, as I said. The IDC is been in Mozambique for over 20 years now. We're invested in energy, we're invested in chemicals, but the one sector that I believe that, and the President did mention it, in Mozambique and across the continent, where we are also starting to look at and bringing significant investments in, is in tourism. I believe that tourism does create significant opportunities for the continent, but again, infrastructure is going to be important for us to open up and unlock these markets. For me, the most important decision that countries must take is to be deliberate about beneficiation. As I said, we cannot continue being a continent that exports minerals without adding any value. We are in Botswana, for example, in a manganese mining investment, and even there, the government is saying to us, let's look at opportunities to beneficiate. So everywhere we go, we insist on having investors that are willing to come on with us to beneficiate, because it's only through beneficiation that we're going to create these jobs and that we're going to be able to trade together. And unless we move that step, even if it's 5 or 10%, adding value creates local economic development that creates jobs, and that is the security that you require when people have jobs and when people are working. So for me, really, it's about ensuring that we stick to that commitment of adding value. So all our energies must go in towards that, and ensuring that the contracts that we sign with the financiers acknowledge that. I was quite disappointed, for example, to learn that we still haven't got to a stage, and we are in Cabo Delgado as the IDC, but the most important thing is about making sure that energy availability in Mozambique is secured for the Mozambican people. And until we get to that, we cannot be satisfied as financiers with all the energy leaving the country and not leaving sufficient energy for these countries. And this is what we really need to be insisting on as financiers as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we've had very interesting discussions, really tangible insights from our panel. They need to be integrated. They need to have broad-based
development that delivers value to many people, which gives jobs and the empowerment and dignity that comes with those, to taking an integrated approach and to seizing the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking our panel for their insights. Thank you.
And Kanyari would like to take a quick picture with the panel. A quick picture with the panel before they leave. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A big round of applause one more time for our wonderful moderator, Kanyaru Wasieni, and his great panelists as experts for this very powerful discussion on the energy and industrial backbone of Africa's growth. In a very short moment, we'll turn to the second discussion of the day, the second panel, which I'll have the pleasure to moderate, and which will explore the burning topic of how to unleash trade and connectivity. Just bear with us one moment, please. We'll proceed to the next panel, which I'll repeat will explore the topic of how to unleash trade and connectivity. Because as we all know, trade is not just about goods, it's about people, ideas, and opportunities moving freely. So because of time constraint, I'll go straight into calling my wonderful panel, starting with Mr. João Jorge Machombe, Minister of Transport and Logistics of Mozambique. Please, let's all welcome Minister Machombe, please. Let's also welcome very warmly Mr. Américo Muchanga, Minister of Communication and Digital Transformation of Mozambique. Welcome, Minister Muchanga. Let's also welcome Mr. Solomon Quaynor, Vice President for Private Sector, Infrastructure and Industrialization at the African Development Bank. Welcome, Mr. Quaynor. Let's warmly welcome now Mrs. Boitumelo Mosako, CEO of the Development Bank of South Africa, our distinguished lady on this panel. And last but certainly not least, let's welcome also Mr. Wilfried Flot de Pozol, Managing Director of Skyline Systems. Welcome to you all. Wonderful. Oh yes, maybe. Thank you. Welcome to you all. I'm delighted to be your moderator for this very important conversation today. Because of time constraint, unfortunately, we'll have only about 30 minutes for our discussion. So presumably one question each and maybe a quick wrap-up question. And I would like to start with you, please, Minister Machombe. Mozambique's transport corridors are vital for regional integration. Could you please outline the main projects currently underway to improve connectivity and transport, with a particular emphasis, please, on logistics and trade corridors?
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, all. I would like to greet all on CEO of Africa50, all board members, all invitees, colleagues, ministers, members of the government, board of directors, for the opportunity that we have to interact with regard to the main for the development of corridors. We look at the component of logistic as a strategy to alter the economical metrics of the country, get all kind of resources for the revenue, for the financing of the country. As is Mozambique, we are blessed to have a coastal area of 2.4 extension of area, of coastal area. It makes an unique country within the region, competing with other countries such as South Africa and others. We look at the development economical corridors as an opportunity to leverage our capacity and increase the development of other countries of the region and ours also. Three very important projects that I shall share. Today Maputo is the best development corridor within the region. 2.2 million USD ongoing in terms of increasing the capacity of the Maputo port, containers terminal and coal terminal that will make Maputo as a strategical port. We are investing also in the in-depth of the port, 16.5 meters in terms of in-depth. It will make the best port. It will improve and allow the vessels to get closer to the port. We increase our capacity, leveraging the economy within the region. In parallel, another aspect is with regard to the logistic corridors, we also have the infrastructure itself of the roads. We are improving the capacity of the N4. It's ongoing. At this point, throughout 4 years, we increased the cargo side. There was an investment carried out on increasing the cargo that we manage is transported through the railways. So it's a challenge, but it reduces the pressure that we have on the roadside, and we have to maximize the port capacity as well. A very important aspect with regard to the management of the port is the integration of the system, the digitalization. The port of Maputo is one of the best digitalized ports. It makes to reduce the time constraint, the waiting time constraint. It's a challenge that we are trying to overcome, and we are at the last stage. That is the implementation of the unique stop bureau. The process is ongoing. We expect that within 2 years we have the border of Maputo, Ressano Garcia, South Africa, all integrated, reducing 20 hours of waiting time. And for the whole chain of services, it will allow us to reach our aims. The port has around 33.4 tons we would like to reach until 4 million within 15 years. It's a real ambition, and it is reflected on the investment carried out. This is our mission at this moment, the increase of capacity and how we can develop the corridors. The challenge is also in Beira. Beira is an excellence corridor, the best, to be the best comparing to the Maputo corridor. Around 40% of the turnover makes the investment in Beira to be externalized to the neighboring countries such as Malawi, Zambia, and Mozambique also. It's an opportunity that we have. A challenge that we have is to increase the full terminal capacity at this moment has a low level of efficiency. We are working towards improving, and we are going to launch a tender in order to increase the full capacity. Our mission as region, we have all conditions in place to be the best logistic corridor. We have all conditions. We have Port of Maputo, Port of Beira, and Port of Nacala. We are losing 30% of the full turnover due to the efficiency of the port. So we have to look at the investment to increase the Beira terminal capacity. That shall be, unfortunately, it's not used yet because of the inefficiency we are facing. We are going to improve the access road in Beira as well to reduce the pressure that we are facing to the access of the Beira terminal. And we also have the integration of the borders with Michoacán. We are going to open PPP. Once again, a unique stop at Nacala level. We invested more than 30 million of USD. We are looking at the ecosystem of the opportunities around Nacala. We have the best ports, the strategical airport in Nacala, a corridor that is developed that can be improved. We are working towards restructuring all the Nacala portfolio and to see what we can maximize in terms of the potential in Nacala. We are almost certain that by the involvement of Malawi within the process, Zambia's involvement, and the work that we are carrying out, improving the railway that we have linking between Cereja Chapate in Zambia, having the corridor, the railway corridor, one of the major within our region, around 40 million of extension, kilometers of extension, so that can, due to strategical reasons and the quality of the port that we have, and Malawi obviously can be also very useful. A very important matter with regard to logistic corridor, the challenge at the African level, especially logistic corridors, it requires the commitment by the states because we have to go through the borders. We have to develop the corridor or increase the capacity of the Beira corridor. If we don't involve Zimbabwe, nothing can be done. But we, for example, use a corridor, but when we reach Zimbabwe, it conditions all the transportation and all the expectation within the region expectations. So either the African Bank or Africa50, we have to think together. How can we think on the development of the country? Of the continent, looking all these aspects with the opportunities that we have within the country. Thank you.
Outlining so brilliantly the potential of Mozambique, but also with great objectivity on the barriers that we still need to overcome. Thank you very much. You mentioned digitalization, and I think that's my perfect transition to go to you, Minister Machanga, because as we've seen, physical infrastructures are just one part of the equation, isn't it? The other half is really about how we use technology to make those corridors others truly efficient. So I would like to ask you, Minister Machanga, how is your ministry supporting the integration of digital systems with things like paperless customs, e-certificates, in order to facilitate and let those cross-border trade be more transparent?
I would like to start by greeting all present, especially the Africa50, for choosing Mozambique, for hosting the meeting that is very important for all of us. I would like to thank for the signature the memorandum of understanding that would allow through Africa50 we can develop a very important infrastructure for the country. If we had met 10 years ago discussing infrastructure, probably we would have already our bridges in place, with the logistics included, we will be advanced. At this point, although the communications will be a vehicle for the transformation of countries, at that moment it was not considered important what we are considering nowadays. We know that all the infrastructure, the traditional ones, they get higher definition if they include the digital transformation. It is not something, if we want to compete as Africa, it's crucial that our countries have to involve this digital transformation, because it also important for education, health, agriculture, so that we can become a vibrant economy. Therefore, it's important that Africa, if want to be competitive, it has to invest on the development of these infrastructures, either the hard infrastructures such as data centers, telecommunications, but also the digital systems that would allow the economies to have a real effect increased. At our Mozambican level, we acknowledge the position, the strategical position that it has with regard to our neighborhood countries, such as Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and others. It was mentioned earlier that we need digital infrastructures that would allow connectivity within all these regional countries. A part of this memorandum of understanding that we signed for an optical fiber, we have to work towards establishing an optical fiber that would include Atlantic and Indic Oceans. We had a very crucial need for other cables. We need a united African vision that interconnect digital systems so that the trade flows. Mozambique is a bit advanced. We established we have the successful example, but a part of it we need to improve the systems and to connect it with the neighborhood countries, all of them. We have to move forward so that we can develop the trade of Mozambique with other countries, allow the exchange of knowledge, and make the citizen to move from one country to another easily. The digital systems allow it. Mozambique has to create the capacity and everything that has to be done. It is very important because Africa is full of youth. We have population that is below 25. if we don't increase this capacity,
hope that we have time to touch on later on. So please hold that thought. We'll hopefully have time to come back to you. But I quickly want to go to you, Mr. Flotes de Puzol, because Minister Mushanga has been talking about the borders. And border management is absolutely vital to really make sure that we get it right. So what innovative solutions do scanning systems have, in fact, in assisting really in addressing the challenges that have been mentioned of moving goods, moving services?
Oui, bonjour à tous. Très heureux d'être aujourd'hui parmi vous. Quelques mots sur la société Scanning System. Scanning System est une société panafricaine dont le siège est à Abidjan et pionnière dans la mise en œuvre et la construction, l'exploitation de ce qu'on appelle communément les One-Stop Border Posts. En 2022, nous avons noué un partenariat stratégique avec Africa50 qui est entré dans notre capitale et là, ça répondait à une volonté d'expansion.
The expansion at the continent level, we have been discussing with the African Bank of Development so that we have the participation of our capital and the availability of a credit line that would allow to develop our projects. Going back to your question, it's important to remember that the corridors are not only roads, bridges. We know that it's a whole integrated ecosystem that requires coherence that to regulate at institutional level. The corridors are arteries of the borders are the strategies we have. Unfortunately, the borders are seen as a blockage point. What we are trying to do is to transform the borders, the African borders, seen as a blockage point so that we can have development engines or motors. How do we do that? Taking into account our experience of a one-stop border, we have an infrastructure with quality, regulated and adapted. We also have technologies that are innovative to allow the reinforcement of the capacity and competitivity at regional level. The one-stop border is focused and allow a lot of things. First, to avoid the duplication. Second, make rational the investments, helping, supporting the control within the neighborhood countries, and having one point for. We spoke also the importance of the digitalization and interconnectivity of systems. It's very important at this points. We need an interconnectivity in place for the administration. It's important to understand who works within the borders. It is important for the sharing of data that is long-lasting. We know that it would improve the data sharing and it will control these inspections in real time. All these, the package itself will help us on preventing. The operators will have this support. It also increases the transparency, eliminating slowly the control that is informal. We spoke about the barriers in terms of tariffs, either at the corridor levels or at the border levels. It allows the transparency visible. The interconnection matter within systems or problem within systems are still a problem. We have administrations within countries that do not communicate among themselves. We develop with our partners in Singapore a platform for management, community management, that allow the different departments of administration to connect themselves, to share information, share data, and be able to plan on useful time and work quickly. I believe that if we are able to implement one-stop border center, we would accelerate the trade flows, and also be able to implement quicker the agreements of the free trade zone agreements. Apologies for.
But so let me go straight to the point. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Flotte de Pouzol. Let me go quickly to you, Mr. Quaynor, and I'll go straight to the point. We've heard about, physical, digital foundations, but at the end of the day, nothing happens without the right financing models. Money is always at the heart of the matter. So I want to ask you, how do we make these projects bankable? Very straightforward.
I mean, part of the signing we had here and part of the creation of Africa50 is really to address that point. And I do agree with Admasu, debt follows, but we need to have bankable projects. But it means that we need to actually fund the preparation of those bankable projects. Now, in the past, we've tried to use some grants, but this has not been scalable. And so this is part of the reason we are promoting the use of blended capital. So the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, and we did achieve first close of about $118 million. The target is $400 million, is to really bring in project preparation and project development capital, okay, to really act with speed and also achieve scale as quickly as possible. Before Alain and team created Africa50, the norm across Africa was infrastructure project development takes about 7 to 9 years. What we're trying to do is change that paradigm. We want to do this really within 2 to 3 years, and we also want to make sure we achieve it with green infrastructure. Not because we're being told to go green, but because we know it's also important for our economies to go green. The cost of a climate resilient, climate-proofed road over the life cycle is lower than if you don't climate-proof it. So my quick answer to you is that we're going to find models, and Alain, where's Anas? Anas, a lot of expectations on you in implementing AGIA. Because we need to prove that model successful, and more capital, blended capital, will come into that model.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for being succinct. Let me turn to you, Mrs. Mosako. What are the successful investments in Southern Africa to develop trade corridors and improve connectivity, be it physical or digital, as we're talking about it?
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to express appreciation to President Adesina, my brother Alan, and the board members of Africa50 and team Africa50 for the opportunity to be here, and greetings to fellow panelists. Now, when we look at trade corridors, for instance, as the Development Bank of Southern Africa, we have a decadal strategy. And within our decadal strategy, we have elevated regional integration and the creation of corridors, transport corridors, and also transmission corridors. Now, one of the things that we have identified as key to the success of this is to actually have adequate risk capital to put into the preparation of these projects. The second thing is, how do we ensure speed and scale, like what Solomon mentioned, and we have adopted a programmatic approach where it's not project by project, but where you have a number where you can then replicate. I'm just going to give examples of what we have done so that one can demonstrate that it is possible. In South Africa right now, we have 6 one-border posts that have gone out on RFP that we as an institution have prepared as the DBSA, using sources of funds from our SADC project preparation development fund. The project is worth about, I think about $700 million US dollars, 6 border posts, Limbombo, we have Ooswoek, we have Beitbridge as well. And what is key, to the 6 border posts is what has been mentioned here. The issue that there's hard infrastructure, but there's also the digitization element that has to, come with it. We're looking at probably financial close for some of them towards the end of this year, and the rest next year. So that is a demonstrable example that these things are possible. What is required is more risk capital and scale. The third thing that I'd like to mention is within this strategy that we have and the corridors that we have identified, is that we're not going to do it alone. It's going to require partners to do this. I cannot leave this platform without mentioning the exceptional work that Africa50 has done in terms of project development. This is an area and expertise that have been scarce, and they have done it exceptionally well. And what we're looking at, and Masu touched on it earlier, is that how do we make sure that we leverage those expertise, and how do we make sure that we channel funds to make sure that we get the necessary scale that is required. So within the strategy, it actually says we have to have project development partnerships, with Africa50, with AFC, and we have an excellent platform under the leadership of President Adesina, which is our Africa Investment Forum. And that is a platform that we have, and that platform has the potential and the capability to achieve all that we aspire to achieve. As a continent, we are at an inflection point. Yes. We cannot afford, the status quo does not apply anymore. We are at an inflection point. This is a critical time for us, and we have to use this moment to drive what is important for us as Africans on our own terms, and even leveraging our own capital and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a powerful call to action. Thank you very much. I think it's a brilliant way to sort of wrap up this discussion. It breaks my heart because this is such a interesting topic, and the level of expertise of all of you on stage is quite remarkable. Very, very quickly, may I ask for you to answer one wrap-up question, 30 seconds. Minister, to you first. What is your top priority to unleash, really, our borders and connectivity?
Bom, obrigado. 30 segundos.
30 seconds. Our focus is on efficiency, on the logistics chain. We are closing 5 borders. We have 3 covered. The 2 are going to be implemented by the private sector, that is Machipanda and Resano Garcia. This is the cycle we need to close, to close the chain in terms of efficiency, reducing waiting time, including the fact that we've realized we need to address efficiency and reducing. We also are working with in terms of infrastructures, as it was said, we cannot look at a road. We need to look at the ecosystem, roads, railways, based on the area. Our focus is to work for the massive loads of goods. We can focus on railways. In Mashipanda, we can connect to Nakala Rail to maximize the railways line. Thank you very much.
Muchanga, maybe one quick note about the youth. I know this is very important and we had spoken about it. 30 seconds, I know it's not easy.
Bon,
On the youth, we have the important issues to acknowledge that our population is young. That is a competitiveness factor, but it will only be competitiveness factor if we associate the tools and skills to make the country competitive. So we need to associate the tools, skills, educate, and fund projects, use projects, so that they from there can develop the country we want to see in the future, develop the nations. So youth is our priority, and it needs to be our priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This was very, very powerful. Mr. Flotte de Pouzol, en 30 secondes, je sais que c'est très difficile. Quelles seraient vos priorités? Je sais que vous avez déjà mentionné certaines innovations.
Je dirais que déjà, de notre côté, en tant que secteur privé, nous apportons tout ce qui est développement, nouvelles technologies, expertise logistique dans des environnements compliqués. Mais je pense que j'en appelle plus au gouvernement, aux États, qui doivent travailler sur des protocoles, des réglementations harmonisées, pouvoir justement rendre ces corridors efficaces. Un corridor n'a aucun sens si d'un part et d'autre de la frontière, vous avez des réglementations qui sont différentes, des réglementations douanières, migratoires qui sont différentes. Et il est aussi important que ces gouvernements-là investissent dans des systèmes informatiques qui sont interopérables, qui puissent s'interconnecter. Parce qu'encore une fois, si vous avez des administrations qui travaillent en silo, vous aurez beau construire le meilleur corridor possible, il n'aura aucun sens, il n'aura aucune efficacité.
Merci beaucoup. Mr. Quaynor, please.
So the African Development Bank was built on regional integration, and economic corridors is our forte. You heard His Excellency Wamkele talk about that. But we haven't focused on only the physical infrastructure, we focused on the soft infrastructure. And one of the critical bottlenecks of the transport logistics systems within our economic corridors is the border posts. And so we financed several one-stop border posts, but we've done it through public sector. Our intention, working with Africa50, is to actually raise a very large fund to look at one-stop border posts on a PPP basis. And, given that I want to give my president a gift, and he doesn't like infra-marginal stuff, we intend to actually raise $1 billion one-stop border post fund. Yes. But we have to start. We have to crawl, before we walk. And so we are going to come into scanning systems with equity, as long as our land makes some room for us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And the last word for you, Mrs., please.
Thank you. When one looks at the Africa Free Trade area agreement, it is not going to happen without proper infrastructure, whether hard or soft. And I know that we are aware of the challenges that we have on our continent, but we also, therein the challenges lies the opportunities. The advantage that we have on this continent, we have very strong institutions. We also have strong private sector. And I am of the view that with our strong institutions, whether it's the African Development Bank, DBSA, TDB, Africa50, with all of us in partnership with the private sector, we can support our governments to make it possible. and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for my wonderful panel here. Ministers Machanga, Mr. Machombe as well, Mr. Kwenor, Mrs. Mosako, et Monsieur Flotte de Pouzol. Thank you very, very much. So much food for thought. Let's just pause 1 second to take a family photo.
I drank them.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. A big round of applause one more time. Thank you so much. We're talking about efficiency, and I think that our panel was very efficient.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, that was amazing.
Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to a session that I believe a lot of you have been anticipating. I have also been looking forward to it as well. We are welcoming back on stage a leader whose vision has shaped African development finance for the past decade. As he prepares to close his very, very successful chapter at the African Development Bank, we want to reflect on his legacy of growth, innovation, unwavering commitment to Africa's future. Well, he said in his own speech that he's not stepping back, he's stepping forward. So we're all looking forward to that. We want to hear more. Therefore, we want to please help me. Let's welcome Dr. Akinwumi Adesina back onto the stage in conversation with Nozipo Chabalala. Oh, you're already here.
Dr. Adesina, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I could start this conversation by asking you to reflect on your leadership and your stewardship of the AFDB in the last decade, and of course on your chairmanship at Africa50. But I think the better placed question is to ask you of your legacy. What do you believe you're leaving behind at a continental level, but also at an institutional level?
Well, thank you very much for that question. When I look into the audience today, I feel tremendously satisfied and proud. My legacy is not a personal legacy. My legacy is an Africa strong enough to be able to deliver finance for its transformation at scale. I look around the ecosystems that we have built, that we have supported, and the whole institution is just sitting in front of me. I see TDB, I see DBSA, I see IDH, I see Africa50, I see Africa50, I see AFCFTA. That is the ecosystem that gives me the confidence that we have come of age and we can handle issues by ourselves and deliver. That, for me, is the biggest legacy, the ability to work together and do that. Because fundamentally, Nosipo, I believe that for a lot of time, when I came to the African Development Bank, I told all the people at the bank, we're going to change how we work. And to change how we work, we must have a bold vision. Alan was saying it. I don't like small things. My vice president was saying it. We have Lekete, who used to be the chair of our board here. She knows I call them Mickey Mouse projects. Africa has massive infrastructure things. We have to do things at scale. But it requires vision. What is a collective vision? And translating that vision into execution. That's the first thing. 2, you have to build strong institutions to carry that vision and deliver it. And 3rd, you have to mobilize financing at scale. Because without financing, what can you do at scale? And finally, is the power of partnerships. I don't know how to do anything without partnerships. And so I feel that over the last 10 years, we have built a vision. We've translated from the high fives, for example. The high fives of the bank has had impact on 565 million people. You look at some of the things I'm most proud of. You look at agriculture. I mean, we were talking about agriculture just now. Tadesse was talking about agriculture. Look, the size of the food and agriculture market by 2030 will be $1 trillion. And people can talk about AI. AI is good, but AI doesn't eat food, right? Everybody eats food, right? And so I really believe that we need to do more on agriculture, and we are doing quite a lot. And let me just tell you one thing, and Tadesse, when you were talking about that issue, just take your country, Ethiopia. We supported Ethiopia to have heat-tolerant wheat varieties because wheat is a temperate crop, but we gave them support to have 65,000 metric tons of seed. Well, for those that are not in agriculture like myself, if you take an A380 Airbus, the passengers, the cargo, and the fuel, it's 98.4 tons. That's it. But when we say we finance them to have 65,000 metric tons, that is like 665 A380 aircraft on the landing strip. And what happened? In less than 4 years, Ethiopia became completely self-sufficient in wheat, and they became, for the first time in their history, a wheat net exporter. Just imagine what you can do when you actually put your money there. The second is the issue of the panel that we just talked about on energy. Look at the power of connection. When Ajay Banga came to see me, and I told Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank, I said, look, we've been doing a lot of energy at the bank. Others have been doing a lot of work on energy, but I need scale. We got to make sure that 600 million people have access to electricity. And that's what led us to develop the Mission 300. Again, scale, vision. We have to translate that into impact, but we also have to work at scale. Now, let me talk about some 4 things that I really feel going forward, we all collectively have to make happen at scale. One is, I think we were asking Wemkele about the issue of aid.
Yes.
No, aid is not the way to develop. Aid is fine. Aid is generosity, but aid is not an asset class. People are not investing in aid. People want to invest in investments and things like that. And so we have these special drawing rights of the IMF, which we've worked on.
That's correct.
When the IMF had this contingent financing facility, it's $650 billion. Africa got $33 billion during COVID for it. But we developed a framework together with the Inter-American Development Bank that will allow us to harness those SDRs if they are channeled to multilateral development bank. Do you know by how much? We can turn $1 into $8.
So 8 times.
8 times. So $20 billion will become easily $160 billion for Africa. So I think we have developed in such a way that SDR will retain its reserve assets. And they can get their money. In a world where aid is declining, I think SDR will do it at no cost. Second is the issue of what Ademasu was talking about the issue of risk. For security, we were talking about issue of security. And I was just telling him when he came off the stage that in fact we have that facility that he's talking about. Look, today, when we talk about investment, we think security is exogenous to it, right? But I don't believe it is exogenous to it. I think it's endogenous to it.
Okay.
So we have to link security to investment, link it to growth, and then link it to development. But we always leave security to United Nations. No, the insecurity we face today is not because people are fighting across borders with guns. In some cases, that's the case. But it's because of 3 fundamental things. You have structural unemployment among young people, you have extreme poverty, and you have climate and environmental degradation. I call it a disaster triangle. Anywhere you have it, you have chaos. And so what we have to do, what we are doing is, we set up this thing called the Security Index Investment Bonds. And so these are new instruments that will be backed by cash payments by regional economic committees that allows them to issue these securities on the global capital markets. And when they get the money, what do they do with it? Minister Lovera is here. What are you going to do with it? 4 things. First, you can use that money to build up your security architecture. I'm not talking of guns, I'm not talking of bullets, just your surveillance systems and so on. Second, Rosipo, we also have to rebuild areas of damaged infrastructure. Most times in Africa, right? You go, you find to particular places, there's no schools, there's no water, there's no sanitation, so the communities feel, abandoned.
Yeah, left behind.
Left behind. And so we have to rebuild damaged infrastructure in areas where we've had insecurity. And third is, you don't go to Saudi Arabia and go and attack their oil fields. You don't go to Qatar and attack their gas fields. Why is it that in Africa, the assets that we have are so vulnerable like that? So part of the things that it will do is to protect areas where Africa has its strategic assets. I think that is very, very important. Last thing I want to say is on the issue of debt. When you have a boat, you want to go on a journey, right? You got to make sure that that boat is stable all the time. One thing that Africa doesn't have, and I'm proud of what, as a legacy thing we've done, is to develop what's called the Africa Financial Stability Mechanism. Look, Europe has the European Financial Stability Mechanism. Asia has it. Latin America has it. The Gulf, they have it, but we don't have it. So anytime there's a shock, it just goes right through our economies like that. And so I'm proud that the African Development Bank, under my leadership, we've developed with the African Union what's called the Africa Financial Stability Mechanism. That will allow us to refinance Africa's debt on the capital markets, $10 billion a year, and therefore give us the resilience that we need. So all I'm just trying to say is, yes, there are programs we are doing that are working at scale, but there are critical institutional arrangements that we must continue to reinforce from dealing with insecurity issue, for also making sure that we can also mobilize more capital for Africa on a long-term basis. Yes.
So Dr. Adesina, what I'm hearing you say is that as we find ourselves almost at the tipping point of having to redefine a new financing infrastructure, development financing infrastructure, the clarion call is actually to do it with our reality in mind, with our real challenges in mind, to not put security as an external variable, but put it front and center and solve for it, because it has such a massive impact on what actually happens in terms of attracting investment and retaining investment. I want to build on a couple of things, but I want to first go to something that's been very intentional about not only your leadership at the AFDB, but certainly your chairmanship here at Africa50. And that is leading with an Africa first capital raising approach. We sit here today, 9 years later. There are about 37 shareholders. There are 33 African countries. There are 2 African central banks. Of course, we count the AFDB amongst the DFIs. The PIC of South Africa is within that community. Why was it important to demonstrate that Africa can lead its own ambition around infrastructure investment? And why is this something that you probably would want us to keep an eye on?
The infrastructure is like the backbone in your body, right? So your vertebral column. If you have it, you can stand up straight. It applies the same way to economies. Economies that don't have power can never grow, right? There's a direct correlation with your GDP growth and the access of electricity that you have. You can't create the jobs, you can't industrialize, and certainly you are not going to industrialize and be competitive in the dark, right? And so I think what has happened is that we have not linked a lot of our development things with growth.
Right.
And so the first thing, that's why when I became president of the bank, the first thing I say is that we have to light up and power Africa.
Yeah.
Right? So today, that has become a global thing. Today, if you look at the whole world of development, the number one thing everybody's talking about today, it's on energy. Yeah. And in fact, let me just say, I'm delighted that the whole issue of gas, that, I was always saying, everybody talks about all of the above. I've always been on the all of the above, that we're not going to die greenly poor, right? We have to use all of the gas. Yeah. We have to use all of the energy assets that we have. And I agree with my partner from Egypt that we need to have, base load systems to allow us to industrialize. But why are we doing this? Okay, so there are 3 sources of financing that you can use for this. One is concessional financing, which we provide, and we're doing quite a lot in this particular area. As you know, I mentioned in the last 10 years that I've been president of the bank, we've done more than $102 billion of financing for Africa, and about $55 billion of that was on infrastructure. The second one is what Magoshi was talking about. And she raised a good point here about we have institutional investors, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, insurance pool of funds. In Africa, almost $3 trillion. But all those things are being invested in money market instruments outside of Africa and in negative real rate of return. If you're a pension fund, your pension fund is supposed to pay you annuities for the rest of your life, right? To have a good life, hopefully.
Yeah.
But if you don't have no water, no sanitation, no hospitals, that's a miserable retirement. So all I want to say is that we have to make sure that we scale up the investment by institutional investors in all this critical infrastructure. And that's why the approach that the Africa50 has taken with the Africa Infrastructure Acceleration Fund is one that I really like, because we have about 20 institutional investors that are working on that. The third part is global capital. Okay, global capital, you know, capital, everybody says capital is not a problem, but capital is a problem if the capital is not coming to you, right? And so we want to make sure that if you look today in terms of the green bonds globally, only roughly about 0.1% of that is in Africa. But we're just building our infrastructure, just have from all the panels, right? And so why is it that we cannot tilt that global capital to ourselves? And that's actually what motivated me to come up with the Alliance for Green Infrastructure. And Alain will remember the conversation on that chair when I actually asked him, I said, Alain, we've got to really tilt a lot of these green bonds to Africa. And that's how we came up with the Alliance for Green Infrastructure. So I do think that it is prioritizing infrastructure and public expenditure by concessional financing institution, but also we have to realize there are real risks, and there are instruments that we can do to de-risk that. So we have partial credit guarantees that allows us to do that. We do it at scale. My vice president is here, Keynote.
Yeah.
At the bank, we are developing something today, what's called the Africa Risk Mitigation Agency, right? Risk, yes, but it's all about risk return, right? Adjusted return. So we are developing this institution that will do four things. First, it will allow us to ensure equity risk, all the people that are investing, right? There's also the climate risk there.
Okay.
And then, of course, there's refinancing risk, and the big one, the political risk. And so we think institutions that can help us to de-risk investments in Africa are good. But I'll tell you something about risk before we just move on. You know, I started swimming as president of the bank about 5 years ago. I couldn't swim before I came to the bank. And that was because one of my staff told me, Mr. President, if you go out and if the boat sinks or something, you are going to be a key person risk. And so I decided to learn how to swim. And the first day, second day, third day, they put all these little baby
the
things
armbands
around you. I felt quite embarrassed by it, but and after the third day, the guy said, "Let's go across the pool." I said, "You must be out of your mind. You want to really make it a key person risk." And so I started swimming. He said, "I'm right behind you. If you sink, I'll grab you." And I got towards the very end, and I looked back, and he wasn't there. And I started sinking. And he said, "No, but you already made it." Now, what am I trying to say? Is that the African Development Bank, if you're investors here today, you want to work in Africa, you need to know your counterparties. You need those that can actually help you to walk and navigate complexities. There's African Development Bank, there are all these great institutions that you have, all these financial institutions, TDB, DBSA, Africa50, Africa50, all of us, we are all in the same business. We will be beside you. We will be behind you. And I will not be like our coach. We actually will be there. So you can't sink. And let me just make one data point issue on investing in Africa on risk. Perception, it's not data. If you actually look at the data, what does it say? Moody's Analytics did an assessment of 14 years of cumulative losses to infrastructure around the world, by the way. What did they find? In Africa, it's 1.9%. In North America, it's 6.6%.
Sure.
In Latin America, it's 10.4%. In Eastern Europe, 12.6%. Western Asia, 4.4%. You know, and Asia also, Asia and Europe, 4.4%. So Africa is not as risky as it is. So just believe me when I say you can swim in Africa, you can invest in Africa, you can have great return in Africa, but you have great institutions like us that will always be there beside you, making sure your capital not only comes, your capital stays, your capital grows, and you can take your capital back.
That's a fantastic point. I think a round of applause indeed. You can swim in Africa and you can invest in Africa. Dr. Adeshina, I want to push back a little bit and maybe speak about something that I know is quite passionate for you. For whom are we doing all of this? If we are able to unleash the right financial instruments, we are able to bring in the right variables as we consider how we price for risk, how we change the narrative, how we change perception, and yet the financing infrastructure or architecture doesn't see or value women, doesn't see or value young people, we can see a progress that is limited to a few on the continent. You have always centered the conversation around the youthful population that we have, around women on the continent. As you sit in this room, what is your demand of everybody in the room about centering marginalized voices, and in particular, voices of young people and women?
No, I think you raised excellent points there, Nusipo. First is we are the world's youngest population. New York Times not too long ago wrote a screaming headlines, that the world is becoming more African, right? And if the world is becoming more African, the fact is it's becoming more young people, youth from Africa. And so we have today roughly 420 million young people, but we don't have financial infrastructure around them. That's a massive market failure. That's a massive missing institution. How do you have 420 million people that are young, and we think of them as as if they are the problems? They are not. The youth is not Africa's challenger. It's Africa's demographic asset that we must turn into an economic asset. And to do that, first thing is, of course, you skill them up, right? Then you have to help them with entrepreneurship. You give them access to capital. Because I've never seen a young person that wants to fail, but we keep failing them all the time. And so for me, Africa today, for all the government ministers that are here, everybody, I think we need to reprioritize our strategy, make everything we do focus around young people and be accountable to them. This is Africa today, it's a young group. And that's why when I look at this issue, I saw that young people will go to commercial banks and they'll get that, say, you want to borrow money? What collateral do you have? And have you paid your taxes for the last 40 years? How old are you? I'm 18 years old. So how does that work? And so that's why we created what's called the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks.
Yes.
These, Nosipo, are new financial institutions. They're not deposit-taking institutions, but they are like private equity funds, right? That essentially has three components. One, it has the the investment fund to invest in business of young people. And secondly, it has a technical assistance facility to help them to develop their businesses and business accelerator, incubation, and all of those facilities. And lastly, to also have a de-risking facility, because most of them fail because they don't have the support around them. We just launched one in Liberia. I was there with President Bukai. We have in Nigeria one for $100 million. We have for Ethiopia, I was just in Ethiopia. We have for Kenya and so many things. So the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank will help us to create youth-based wealth. If you don't create youth-based wealth, who is going to pay the taxes in the future? So we have to build that today. Secondly, to the point you raised about women. No bird flies with one wing, right? And Africa is not going to grow without half of this population with access to education, skills, financing, property rights to be able to grow. And so I believe very, very strongly that Africa will grow better, more inclusively, if it actually supports its women. Now, we can't just say that as a way of talking. Magoshi was my board chair when one of the conversations we were having. And I was told, oh, you're going to create these initiatives. And, board members, they always make your life difficult. Oh, you're going to have another initiative. I said, well, what they told me is that we should have a way of saying we have mainstreamed women into our work. And I say I don't understand what mainstreaming means. When you want to not do something, you call it, it's mainstreamed. I must have something specific to address the fact that women don't have access to capital on this continent at the scale that it should. And that's what led us to set up what's called the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. Together with, now we have the Africa Guarantee Facility. And see what it has done. Today, we are working with 190 financial institutions all across Africa, 44 countries, which has been able to provide more than $2.9 billion of financing to 25,000 businesses of women. Let me tell you why I believe women, you have to invest a lot in them. In 1995, I traveled to Lagos from Abidjan. And when I got onto the plane, it was at that time this thing called the Air Afrique. Air Afrique, So I got in, and all these market women, they all had big baskets on their head and so on and so forth. So I had this computer, a compact. You all remember this compact computer is like a suitcase. And so I was trying to find a way to put it up, and there was no space. And the hostess came to me and said, "Can I help you?" I said, "Well, I just want to put this up. There's no space." And so he said, "Sir, how many times do you fly this plane?" I said, "Maybe once every 6 months." He said, "These women with all their baskets on their head, they may look like illiterates, but they fly them twice a day.
Sure.
So give me your bag. I'll put it in the hold, make more room for the women." And when I became president of the bank, that's what led me to develop AFAWA, make more room for the women, yes.
Make more room for the women. And Dr. Adeshina, I don't want to lose this important point that you made, that young people and women are asset classes. We need to invest in them, and we need to ensure that we're building youth-based wealth, which is something we really need to take root of. We're almost at the tail end, but I want to maybe squeeze in 2 questions. The second last question is, the gift of being able to sit with the leader who's in the active process of handing over the baton is that you get an opportunity to harvest real lessons in that moment. Now, with the gift of hindsight, what would you say it takes to deliver on large-scale projects that have real developmental impact, given the socio-economic complexities on the continent? And as you answer that, Dr. Adeshina, to maybe give us a pathway to say, what then should we be focusing on in the next decade?
I think first and foremost is my own principle of leadership, of doing things, is I believe Africa should develop with pride. That's the first thing.
With pride.
And so I don't use any complicated econometric model for it. I simply write down the things I hate, and I do the opposite, right? So we don't have electricity, we must have electricity. We're not feeding ourselves. It makes absolutely no sense with 65% of the world's arable land uncultivated in Africa. We must actually turn ourselves into a global powerhouse in food. So the first thing I want to say is the abnormal, you must accept the abnormal must never be normalized. Poverty should not be a comparative advantage of Africa.
Sure.
There's absolutely no reason for it. You grow what you want to trade in. Where is the market? Poverty is not a tradable commodity. Why are we growing it? Yeah. So we must have a sense of pride that poverty, we're not going to be a poverty museum of the world. So let's just be sure about that. The second one is that there must be public accountability. People must be able to ask you for results. Look, for me as president of the bank, the greatest thing that I will admire is I was given the trust, the confidence, the resources, the platform, right, to go and transform the continent of my birth. And that's how I look at it. It's not a job, it's a mission. It's a responsibility that I have to do that. And so we must have that sense that we're actually better than this. We must, people are talking about the issue of aid. Look, aid is like you have a walking stick that you're walking on. And the walking stick keeps getting shorter all the time. And you move forward as it's getting shorter, right? But you're not making progress. You're moving forward, it's not because you're making progress. You're moving forward, it's like you're going to fall down.
Yeah.
Right? So we must, therefore, at scale, if you want to do things at scale, mobilize resources domestically to do that. Because that way you have a freedom to do what you want to do. You know, and I think a lot of room for us to mobilize resources. It's not just about taxes. We are here in Mozambique. We are delighted to have invested in the liquefied natural gas project, as I said in the morning.
Yeah.
Africa has trillions of dollars worth of assets. It needs to be able to unlock those assets. Africa must not be depending on the generosity of others, right? You cannot, and it happened during COVID, for example. You know, during COVID-19 situation, I remember talking to the board of the bank. I looked around, Africa had no vaccines, no gloves, no mask, no nothing, right? And we had our heads up, say, going around the world. You know, we told ourselves, no, we can't do this. So we set up, my board approved for us to set up to a $10 billion facility to support Africa at scale. And that is what led us to now have a $3 billion facility for health infrastructure, primary health care, secondary health care, tertiary health care, but also pharmaceutical, which again the Secretary General of the ACFTA mentioned. Today we do 80-90% of our medicines are imported. 1% of our vaccine is what we produce. So those things cannot be. So if I have to just be clear about the lessons, think big.
Think big.
Deliver big. Don't let the abnormal be normal, right? And have a sense of pride if you are going to do it. And just on a joke side, I was talking to my board members about the issue of the abnormal being normal. When I was a graduate student at Purdue University in the United States in '83, I went over there, and I arrived. And when I arrived there, I took out my suitcase, and I took my clothing and I started ironing them. And the lady who was the wife of a professor who was inviting supporting graduate students from foreign countries to stay with them, asked me, Akin, why are you ironing your clothes for the last 1 hour?
Yeah.
I said, because they may take the electricity off. And then she looked at me and she said, no.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And I said, oh, where I come from, actually, when it happens, you quickly take your things out and you begin to happen. So that day, I realized that the abnormal had become normal, and therefore we have to fast track. The last point is, whatever we do, fast track Africa's development, all of us as institutions. As African Development Bank, when I came in, I said, African Development Bank, the bank we know how to do. The key is development. We must accelerate Africa's development. But the key to that is it takes more than an institution.
Sure.
It takes, I have this principle, I call it a baobab tree. You go into every village, you find these baobab trees there. They're large trees. If you want, you can put your hand around your baobab tree. You can't do it. But if you join your hands with others around baobab trees, you can do it. And that's why I'm so proud of all of my colleagues here about what we did with the Africa Investment Forum. And in the last 10 years, 8 years actually, that we've done it, we've mobilized more than $225 billion. So my last point is, work with others. With partnerships, you can do incredible things.
Work with others. With partnerships, you can do incredible things. And a beautiful analogy around wrapping your hands around the baobab. Now, as I close, Dr. Adeshina, I've had the privilege of interviewing you, I think, for about 15 years now. When you were Minister of Agriculture, I had the opportunity of interviewing you many a times. I also actually had the opportunity of doing an interview with Dr. Kaberuka on his final day at the AFDB. And I got into a lot of trouble because I asked the wrong question.
Are you going to ask me the wrong
question? So I'm going to ask the wrong question and see if I'm going to get into trouble today, and hopefully not. The question was this: what's next? Come September 2nd? Oh no, September 1st at 1 minute past 8.
8 a.m.
At 1 minute past 8, what happens next?
You know, first and foremost, I will be going back to play with my grandkids. I have 6 grandkids, and so I have a lot of time to play around with them. So that's the first thing that I'm going to be doing. And I'll tell you, grandkids, I have 6 grandkids, and when my kids got married, I was telling some of the board members yesterday, I said, I'm president of African Development Bank and I run high fives. And so I was working with their wives and my kids, my sons, at least give me 5 grandkids. So they eventually had 5 grandkids. And then last year, December 23rd, one of them had the 6th one. And I said, this is high 5. And if you go on this one, that will be 6. And then you have to go the whole way. And they said, Dad, you are on your own. It's so expensive. So that's the first thing, prioritize family. I've thrown my life 100% into this. It's not a job, it's a mission. So just decompress and have time for my family. But you know, I believe that God did not make me an African by mistake. I'm proudly African. And I always think about Africa. So what's next will always be about Africa. And in the world where we live in today, I believe Africa shouldn't be developing by depending largely on others. Africa has a huge amount of resources, oil, gas, minerals, metals, agriculture, blue economy, you name it. Everybody's talking about global energy transitions today, whether you're talking about lithium, you're talking about carbon, about copper, you're looking about platinum, group of metals, everything is in Africa. What the world needs is Africa. And so you can be sure, when I mentioned in the morning that I'm not stepping back, I'm stepping forward, I'll be working to make sure, working with others, that we can tilt. And I'm very specific about that, tilting global capital to Africa. I believe Africa will be like a city on a hill. I believe that Africa has all it takes. We've seen it today with the institutions that we have here. So I am not retreating. I'm going to be advancing, but you'll see a lot more of that if you watch this space.
I think that deserves a round of applause indeed. Thank you very much, Dr. Adesina. As I hand over the mic, I do want to say that as an African and as a black African woman, I want to say to you that your legacy is more than just the projects initiated. It is more than the billions that have been mobilized for infrastructure, for energy, for women, for youth, for entrepreneurs. It is a legacy that will be counted in the lives that have been transformed and the futures that have been secured. Thank you for being a baobab.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, thank you. I just want to say that somebody asked me the question, what are you going to be doing up till the time that the next president takes over?
Yes.
I say it's a relay race, right? In the relay race, you go and you hand the baton over. And I think Admasu reminded me that why running, right? So we're going to have a new president. Sidi Tar is a good friend. He's a great guy. He's a partner with us. I think the bank is in good hands with him. So at 8:01 at September 1st, I will do that. And I think I have every confidence that with him, working with everybody else, this will only continue to be a great partnership to make Africa to develop at scale, transformative, and Africa we can be really proud of. And thank you, everybody, for all your help and support over the last so many years. I'm grateful.
Dr. Adesina, ladies and gentlemen.
A big round of applause once again for Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, our remarkable optimist-in-chief. Thank you so much for showing us for the past decade and beyond what true leadership should be about and how, with the right vision, our continent's development goals are not just dreams, but they are achievable milestones. And listening to Dr. Adeshina, one African proverb came to mind, that the youth are the seeds of our future. So if we really take care of them, we'll have a very great harvest and a prosperous future. And Dr. Adeshina, I remember years ago listening to you in Abidjan, right at the beginning of my career, I want to say, and I heard you say this other African proverb, that a bird needs two wings to fly, talking about our women. And truly our African women, our African continent, men and women need to work together for our Africa to soar and to truly make our Africa great again. Thank you very much for sharing so much with us during all these years. And now, Nana, I think you have some news for us.
Indeed, I do. And I'm pleased to announce to you all the next host of the Africa50 General Shareholders Meeting and Infra for Africa Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, which country is this? So Chairman gave it away. Please let us, with a big round of applause, thank the United Republic of Tanzania for accepting to host the next General Shareholders Meeting of Africa50 and the Infra for Africa Forum.
Thank you very much. And now can I ask the following distinguished guests, please, to follow our ushers for a family photo. So please, can I ask all our shareholders, our speakers, heads of institutions, Africa50 board members, and Africa50 senior leadership, please, to follow our ushers to a side room for a photo. I will ask all of you to kindly remain seated, apart from the people that I have mentioned, please. A big round of applause again for our distinguished guest today.
So please remain seated. We want the honorable ministers, President Adeshina, the CEO Alain Ebobise, Excellency Wamkele Mene, board members of the Africa50 board, heads of institutions, and our speakers, and also the diplomatic corps. Where they go? Where? I think it's going to be outside.
We would like to ask all our remaining guests to please stay seated. We'll proceed to the conclusion of our program.